Evening, Jim.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Hello, Ron, Joel.
David, is the town getting the snow plows out?
I don't know, maybe.
Looks like it's gonna miss us.
I think it's all rain tomorrow morning here.
That's better for the plants, right, John?
When they're actively growing, yes. Now that they're still dormant, not a big deal, but the rain or the water level in the state needs to be added to. So the rain is really good. If it's snow, it just takes a little bit longer to melt. Dave, I didn't get I saw your invite, but I didn't see the agenda. So we're number one, and is there only one application after us?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
According to what I've been able to see on my screen, I think in terms of council members, I have not yet seen an appearance by Tom Burland, Carol Snow, or Elliot Hitchcock.
Tom's on by video, but it doesn't look like his audio is connected yet.
We'll give them a couple of minutes.
Hey, Tom Berlin, did you call in separately on your cell phone? Give me a thumbs up if you have.
This time. So I'd like to give Elliot another second.
You just got on now.
Good.
Looks like Tom's on audio now too.
And maybe Carol will be joining us shortly.
She's on as well.
I'm on.
Oh, good. Okay, that's everybody. Well, then why don't we start the meeting? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the March 18th, 2021 meeting of the Madison Planning and Zoning. What I thought I would do, I know we certainly have a lot of people who are interested in one of the applications, if not all. And we're going to have a lot of people appearing before you tonight on the screen. So I thought what I would do, it might be helpful for those who don't visit us all the time, is to just run through who's who in the tiles or the pictures on our end, starting with our staff, Dave Anderson, our town planner, Marlene Kennedy, who is our clerk and the keeper of the minutes. Then the commission members, Jim Madison, our vice chair, Elliot Hitchcock, our secretary, Joe Bonofsky, Tom Berland, Dr. Shauna Hay, John Mathers, Giselle McDowell, Joel Miller, and alternates Ron Bodenson, Peter Roos, and Carol Snow, if she joins us. And last but probably least is your chairman, Ron Clark, and that's me. So that's the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have a full complement of regular members, so I do not have any members to seat for anyone who's not here. We had 3 items on the agenda. The first one was 20-16 with coastal site plan at Longshore Lane, map 25, lot 74-1 in the R2 district. The owner applicant, Shorelands LLC, and it's a subdivision application to divide 22.38 acres into 5 lots and 17.57 acres of open space. And as I said, it also involves a coastal site plan review, and it's continued from February 18th. At the request of the applicant, a postponement, and we will not be hearing anything on that tonight. It will probably be next be heard at our April 15th zoning meeting. So with that, we move along to number 2. And that is application 21-03 plus coastal site plan, 856 Boston Post Road, map 39, lot 8 in the R2 district. The owner is Faith Whitehead. The applicant is 856 Boston Post Road LLC. It's a special exception permit application to construct a single-family residential cluster development and associated site improvements, and also a coastal site plan review. Before we actually begin, a couple of housekeeping items. Number 1, I wanted to say and go on record to the fact that I don't live all that far away from it. I guess I can consider myself near this neighborhood or in this neighborhood. I live at the Muse on Scotland Avenue in the southeastern section. I'm probably 125 feet from Scotland Avenue, about opposite Barbouchy. In spite of the reasonable proximity, I have no predisposition about this application. I'm 100% confident that I am not conflicted in any manner, way, shape, or form. And like I said, I wanted to go on record to state that. Secondly, I wanted to mention that we received today a petition to intervene in this application from attorney Keith Ainsworth on behalf of his clients, William and Laura Downs, which is permitted under section 22-192A of the Connecticut General Statutes. It was reviewed by town council and acknowledged. And I don't know whether it's necessary, but I will make a motion to the to the commission that we accept this request to intervene. So would anybody like to second that?
Second it, Ron.
Second by Jim Madison. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Opposed? None. Good. I thought maybe the next thing to do is, Dave, if you would be so kind to explain to, particularly to the members of the public who are maybe not familiar with how these public hearings operate, outline what the steps in the process are for us.
Sure. So this is the first opportunity for the commission to hear from the applicant on this application. The commission did conduct a site walk done in small groups of less than a quorum. So they had an opportunity to view the property. But this is their first opportunity to actually receive information directly from the applicant. And so what the order of business will be for tonight is for the applicant to give a presentation with all their professionals. The commission will then ask some questions to gain some clarification or further understanding of the application. We'll then allow the intervener to ask questions and then to introduce any evidence that they'd like to into the record. The commission will then be able to ask questions of the intervener as well. Once we get through that process, we will open it up for public comment. And so in order to comment, what you need to do is you need to raise your hand. You raise your virtual hand through Zoom. And when we call you to do that, we'll individually unmute you and allow you to talk. And so we'll just go through all the folks that wish to speak. And how we do it here at the Planning and Zoning Commission, the first round of comments is really directed towards questions. If you have any particular questions about the application that you're trying to get clarification on, you ask those first. And then the chairman will, once we conclude that portion, we'll go on to ask for folks that wish to speak either in favor or against the application. And that'll kind of round out the process for this evening. Ron, is there anything else you'd like me to add to that? Or you
Well, it's just, that, I suspect we may have we have two presentations potentially. I don't know what Councilor Ainsworth may have, but this could be a longer meeting, but it will be impossible, try as we might, if we tried to close the hearing and deliberate tonight, because one of the important pieces of information we need to assist us in making a decision is a referral or a comprehensive report from the Inland Wetlands Commission as to what their findings, recommendations are about the inland wetlands that reside near the south side of the property. They discussed it at their last meeting on March 1st. They're working on, I think there's more information that need to be obtained, and they will not be meeting again until April 5th. So it's an absolute impossibility for us to even consider deliberating, let alone making a decision, till we have that important information and have a chance to digest it. So that leads me to the point that I don't know how this hearing is going to flow, but what I would like to think about in the vicinity of, let's say, 9:30 is seeing where we are, how far along we are, and possibly cutting it off at a reasonable hour, because we're going to have to continue anyway, and pick it up on our April 15th meeting from there. So I think that's in fairness to the public who may want to get a better night's sleep. I've been at hearings, sometimes it go past midnight. And since we have no way of resolving this tonight anyway, it makes little sense to do it that way. So does everybody understand and kind of agree with that philosophy?
Ron, I know that Attorney Ainsworth has his hand raised. Maybe you have a question or so.
Yes, Counselor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just have a suggestion. Since we do have a fair number of people from the public and the meeting is going to be held over to another meeting, we often lose a lot of those people if you go from one meeting to the next, if they don't get a chance to speak. I would certainly defer to the public comment to go before the intervener, just to allow them to be one and done and be here and get their comments in. But that's just a suggestion from my end.
Well, if you'd be willing to defer on that, Attorney Ainsworth, that's fine, certainly by me. The reason I established the 9:30 cutoff, by the way, is we do have another public hearing after this one. And I think that we owe it to that applicant to act reasonably and hopefully may reach a conclusion on that public hearing tonight. But that's part of the reason for, in the vicinity of 9:30 to take a peek and see where we sit. So what you're
Ron,
saying
if I
is-
could, I think, we should allow, I think Attorney Ainsworth gave a suggestion, but we should allow the applicant to, if he has a suggestion for process, we should allow him to speak to that as well.
Good point. Thank you. Attorney McKeon, do you have any reaction to what's just been said?
I do. I was going to begin my remarks with laying out what I thought we would accomplish as an applicant tonight, and the order in which I would like to do that. In terms of public comment, obviously, the public will have the ability to comment on the presentation that the applicant and its professionals will give here tonight. I don't see why the public wouldn't have an equal interest and or opportunity to comment on the presentation of the intervener as well. So I don't really understand the reason, if you will, for veering from what is the usual course of events, which is we make our presentation, the commission asks questions, we answer questions. The intervener makes a presentation and is treated in much the same way. We can have full public participation if we've only had one presentation. Would be my thought, just hearing this for the first time right now.
And just a brief response. The reason for that is that the public is here to comment on the application, not on the intervention necessarily. Although I suppose they might have some comments on that, but I doubt it since they're probably not familiar with it. But partly our intervention mentions that there is information that's still necessary to be seen. And so we would certainly not be able to complete our presentation this evening.
Well, my sense is that we should stick with process. Your points, Attorney Ainsworth, are well taken, but they are somewhat speculative, I guess. People might not come back, and rather than vary from it, I think that Attorney McKeon's point about following process makes more sense. I would also say that people have the opportunity to communicate, email, letters, and so forth, and many already have. And that's just as valuable information as the spoken word. So, there may very well be some people who have questions about or comments about the information that was presented by the intervener. So I think it's probably on the safe side to proceed as we normally would in terms of process. So, hope that's acceptable.
Very well.
Okay. With that, I will turn it over to the applicant to present their project to the commission and the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Attorney Chris McKeon. My office address is 900 Chapel Street in New Haven, Connecticut. I live here in Madison at 31 Hotchkiss Lane. I am accompanied tonight by our team. First is the owner of the property, Faith Whitehead, who is a town and shoreline resident for a very long time, the owner of this property, the Ledges property, for 35 years. The applicant is an LLC, 856 Boston Post Road LLC, which is comprised of Faith and her family, her daughter Alexandra, and her ex-husband, Dr. Pite, whom is a successful developer of real estate. You may be familiar with the 157 Goose Lane project in Guilford, very nice project. He was the developer of that project. So this is a family endeavor for the applicant and owner. Our site engineer is Mike Ott of Summerhill Civil Engineers and Land Surveyors. Of course, Mike was for many years the town engineer of for Madison. Our architect, Greg Nucci, and with him is Kelsey Janis from Point One Architects. Our landscape architect is John Cunningham from Tech Landscape Design. And we have with us tonight our geologist and blasting consultant, Mr. Rick Hosley from Connecticut Explosives Company, who will also be presenting. So what we're here for tonight is to present our application for special exception pursuant to section 3.12 of our regulations regarding a small residential cluster development. We are also here because the site is within the coastal boundary. We're here for review and approval of the coastal site plan, and we have submitted an application for that as well. Tonight, we want to, for the first time, introduce what the project actually is, not what it may be talked about being or rumored to be, but we want to present exactly what we're proposing. We intend to show to the commission that the proposal meets the requirements of section 3.12 relating to small cluster developments in every respect. It meets the requirements under section 4 of our obtaining a special exception, which is the way this particular use is permitted under our regulations by going for and obtaining a special exception permit. We intend to show that it complies with all other requirements, including the downtown village district requirements, as well as the requirements of section 29 pertaining to site plan review in general. As you had indicated, by mere impossibility of being able to complete tonight, the public hearing has been opened. We have appeared before the Inland Wetlands Agency, so there is an open public hearing before that agency. We appeared before them on March 1st, and we intend to resume that public hearing on April 5th. Additionally, as part of the approval process, we appeared before the Advisory Committee on Community Appearance, or ACCA. We appeared before them at their March 9th meeting and agreed to take on their comments, incorporate them, and appear again at their next meeting, which would be April 13th. With all that said, it is our hope to resume this public hearing at the Commission's April 15th meeting, at which time we hope to have the regulated activity permit from Inland Wetlands, and we hope to have the final recommendation from ACCA based on the suggestions they've made and the changes we are and will be making to suggestions and comments into our project. Some information arose literally today. That being, of course, the intervention complaint into this proceeding, as well as an intervention complaint in the wetlands proceeding. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on that because, quite frankly, we haven't had the opportunity to review much of it. The same holds true with Mr. Anderson's comments, which he was kind enough to send to me last night when we were both working late. But our team has obviously not had the opportunity to fully digest those comments and be able to meaningfully respond to them. So we certainly intend to make formal responses to Mr. Anderson's comments to the information and materials contained in the intervention complaints, as well as to a number of letters submitted in opposition. So we will endeavor to do that at some point between the end of the meeting tonight and the resumption of the public hearing on April 15th, hopefully with some opportunity for everybody concerned to take a look at them before we resume the public hearing. The other intention we had tonight, and as much as I try not to pay attention to local media and to social media, I am aware of the numerous letters submitted in opposition to the project, as well as a whole bunch of activity on media outlets and social media outlets. And it is our hope that by going through our project and explaining exactly what it is we're proposing to do and not do, that we can dispel some of the obvious misunderstanding, misinformation, and quite frankly, factual inaccuracies about what this proposal is and seeks to do. I hope to clarify that through our presentation. I hope to remove in your minds as commission members what in my opinion is in many cases exaggeration and overstatement of certain concerns. And at the end of our presentation, it's my hope that many people have a much better understanding of the facts of our application. One note I will make is that prior to submitting our application, which we did on February 19th of this year, we did a neighborhood outreach to involve the neighbors in the immediate vicinity of the proposed project. I personally attended a meeting on site on February 17th, which was a couple days before we submitted our application. And I thought we had some very productive discussions with the neighbors. I thought we conveyed an attitude of cooperation to be receptive to, and I personally volunteered to be a recipient of input from the neighbors, from people who are concerned. In fact, I spoke to another attorney for some neighbors on several occasions since that time, who is not here, and had opened a dialogue with him to make sure he understood that if there were things we could do with our application, measures we could implement that would satisfy people's concerns, that I was all ears and I am easy to contact, and I hoped that he would communicate with me. And he in fact did mention to me in a subsequent call some concerns that people had about water service and about blasting, potential for blasting. And then subsequent to that and leading up to today, when I read for the first time an intervention complaint, I recognized that there is a summary report of an engineer upon which the intervention complaint is based, that's dated February 15th, which is significant for two reasons. One, when we sat with the neighbors that day on February 17th, thinking we were fostering an year of cooperation and sharing and welcoming their input, they had a report already seeking to undermine the application, which is quite frankly stunning to me based on the tenor of that meeting that I personally attended. Number two, and perhaps more importantly, we hadn't even filed our application on February 15th. And I think, again, without having reviewed that report, I think that report is based upon some preliminary plans that aren't even the application before you. So it's against that backdrop that I'm hoping to clarify and set the record straight for what our application contains and exactly what we're proposing to do, so that we can all meaningfully be talking about and considering the set of data and information that's in our application and not in one that's been circulated amongst neighborhood conversation or social media or news outlets. So with that, the order of our presentation will be, first we're going to have Greg Nucci and Point One Architects go through the design of our development. We will then have Mike Ott go through the engineering of the site. We will, as part and parcel of that, we will have Mr. Hosley discuss in detail the rock removal and blasting aspect, because that is an issue of concern by many, and including us. And then John Cunningham will present our landscaping plan. And then I would conclude our remarks. So that would be what we propose to present to you in that order, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Nucci to present the architectural plans for the project.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission members. My name is Greg Nucci. I am a partner with Point One Architects. We have offices in Old Lyme and in Madison on 17 Wall Street. We've been hired by Faith and her family to help develop their property, the Ledges. And I'll try not to be repetitive to Chris's introduction. So I think what I'd like to do to start is just to jump in and share my screen and start the architectural portion of the presentation.
Fine.
Can everyone see? Thumbs up. Okay. So backing up a little bit, when we first started to take a look at this project, we do several things. One is we do survey the existing conditions and kind of take a look at the existing site, and the site will tell us a story. And we also look at the zoning regulations and document all that. So I just wanted to orient everybody as to where the property is located in this slide in the context of what is existing on this site. So this is Boston Post Road up here, and this is the entrance drive up to the Ledges building, which is the one you could see I'm circling with my cursor. There is another building, a garage with an apartment above it on the property that exists there currently. We're planning on removing that in its entirety, and we'll get into what that becomes in further discussions. And there's also an addition to the Ledges building that is an existing nonconformity where you can see the setback goes through that. So this portion of this building, which was a later addition that really doesn't have any historic value, it was built in the 50s or 60s. That's going to get raised and rebuilt and repurposed. So, some of the things that we wanted to achieve here was we have this really kind of beautiful estate home, the Ledges building, and it really became apparent that was going to be kind of the primary focus of the development. It is the driver. And then we know in the back of our minds as architects and designers that these other buildings really need to be supportive structures to that main house. So that was our tack as we moved forward. And we also kind of were endeared to this circular parking in this parking court here, which you'll see in further slides. We maintain that. So we're trying to maintain the kind of historic fabric of the existing home as it currently sits, as well as expand it. And then this is the great lawn that everyone has been accustomed to seeing out front down the hill. Let me go to the next slide. So what this slide is trying to show you is this is the main Ledges building picture on the left-hand side. You can see it's colonial revival. It's got a lot of nice, beautiful details. And it is our goal to restore that building and convert it into 2 units. This is an existing staircase, and we're trying to keep all the things that are part of the historic fabric intact in the new proposal. So some of this other stuff that we're showing is just imagery that we had shown the owners about how do we develop these other buildings to show that they're supportive structures. So we came up with this kind of carriage house concept, and these are just other images of how other carriage houses you could see in a development that would complement a type of house, a colonial revival like this. So again, we're just adding, we're trying to create design criteria in order to design towards. We're not just throwing buildings around willy-nilly. It all has a purpose and a meaning behind it. So, and there are a lot of these details here, there's a lot of ledge and a lot of exposed stonework. So we thought that was important as we develop the other buildings in the design. So the details, we've got some classical columns, we've got the stonework and the natural materials, all of which, the history of the Ledges property, even on top of the ledges, it was actually quarried at one point in time, according to our blast consultant, because he's taken a look at the rock, and I'm sure there's a lot of that stone, in this building and probably other buildings in Madison. So the next slide here. So this is how we start a project. We start with general bubble diagrams. And so again, we're going to maintain the existing historic entrance drive. We're going to celebrate the parking court. We also have to figure out how to get parking into these new structures. And so we had proposed facing these garage spaces around the parking court, and then developing the units around them so that each of them have their own autonomy. And this building down here, that's tucked up against the ledge over here, this really acts as in concept as the gatehouse building to the development, but all the architecture is similar and supportive of the main house. This is where we were removing the existing garage that exists down here. The proposal is to create a shared space with a community garden for the development. We're proposing, and John Cunningham will be able to explain that further, but we're proposing planting beds and a small tool shed down in that area. Let's see, keep going. So based on those kind of design diagrams that we did, we started laying out buildings based on some existing footprints that we developed. So you can see in context that the buildings, there's one building, the gatehouse building, 2 units in the existing Ledges building. We've got garages in front and then units on the perimeter of that. This basically is a site section, this visual here. We built the whole project in one of our computer programs in 3 dimensions, and with real, it's a very real scaled thing. There's no illusion to it other than the trees probably aren't the exact trees in the exact locations, but there are a lot of trees on site, and I'll show you that afterwards. So again, we've got unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it's a total of 7 units for the project. Let's see. So the Ledges building, these were the garage units in front of the Ledges building. That was the existing stairway that we just talked about that we're going to embellish and keep. And then these in this rendering are the stone-faced carriage house portion of the units, and then the residential units are flanked on either side of the garages that face this parking court, which we're embracing as part of the concept. Let's see. This is a vignette of the first building, building number 1, which is a carriage house building. I should say that all of the units meet the requirements of floor area with regards to square footage under the 2,250 square feet. And we meet all the height requirements and all of those things. But I'm just a little bit about the design is we try to keep the scale and the human scale of these buildings at a lower scale than the main house. Again, being supportive structures in the overall design concept. So there's a bunch of these, but I won't go through the floor plans unless you're interested. But we've got a 2-car garage on this unit. We've got kitchen, dining, and living area, and bedrooms upstairs. This unit internally has an elevator option to get you up to the 2nd floor if a customer decides they would like to have that. We're making revisions to accommodate that in the future. The next building we'll talk about is the Ledges building. This presentation is set up so that you can see the existing floor plan on top and then the proposed floor plans on the bottom. So this unit you can see is getting divided into 2 units, this building into 2 units. So we are utilizing that central staircase and then creating 2 new entrances for the Ledges building. We're creating a new stairway in this side of the building in order to get access to the 2nd floor. This is and we're going to mimic the stairway of the existing building because this is a beautiful, beautiful staircase if you've never had a chance to see it. And we're also adding an addition underneath this porch piece to accommodate a dining space. So this is being repurposed as 2 units. This is the end where we are taking off that piece that's non-conforming and rebuilding this as a family room with a fireplace there. And then each one of these units has 2 cars, 2-car garage for their parking requirements. These are the upper levels of those units, just showing bedroom locations. We know we're dividing this building right down the side of that staircase, so we're going to have to do some fire rated partitions and separation walls, and that'll all come further development of the drawings. This is just the 3rd floor. There is a 3rd or half story up here that will be repurposed. This is set up the same way where we've got an elevation drawing of the existing Ledges building as it currently sits today. This is the addition that was added later that we're talking about removing and rebuilding. And then you can see this dividing line. That is really where the firewall will have to happen. And on this elevation, the only thing we're really adding to the building are these 2 new entrance porticos, just to identify individual unit entrances. And we're also moving one of these dormers and rebuilding it and moving it over because it falls right in the middle of our fire rated assembly wall. And then the lower garages here, we're adding those to the front of the building, and they're low and not part of the upper terraces. On the right side, this is the existing ledges facing west, yes, facing west. And you can see underneath, we're filling in that one area for the dining area. And then this is the garage addition that's down at the same level as the terrace, or approximately a few steps up or down at the same level as this terrace here. So it is our intention to keep all the existing historic details of the main ledges building. We know that's important. It's important to us. It's important to the owners. You know, Faith is a steward of historic preservation. So we feel the same way, that there's no reason to change this building in any way other to accommodate it for building code, and perhaps add a few things that would help clarify entrances. Let's see. Same setup here. We have the ledges building. This is the view that actually you can see or not really see from down on Post Road. It's up on the hill. It's facing that direction. And again, this is the addition that's coming down. This is the new proposed addition of the family room. And the intervention to this building at this level, there is an intervention at the roof level because we need to get a stair upstairs. And in order to do that, we need to extend this dormer across the main facade there. So you can see here, we've kind of filled this in, but still maintain the roof lines and existing character of the existing ledges building. And then on the right side, again, this is the existing building that's coming down, or the portion of the building that's coming down, and this is the new addition that we're planning for that family room for that unit. Okay, now we're on to build units numbers 4 and 5. These are the floor plans and building elevations. They are mirror units. So each one of these units actually gets a 1-car garage, and 1 car will be out on site. These all have nice views and decks and porches and things like that to connect to the outdoors. You can see that here. There's a covered porch. And I should mention that this unit 5, based on the topography, the way it kind of slopes down in one area, has the ability to have a walkout cellar. We have calculated the average grade, and it falls under the cellar and not a basement category in that regard. So it would be a nice asset for this unit to have that extra space downstairs. So basically, this elevation up here is the face that fronts the parking court, with the 2 flanking side entrances on either side of that. So it gives each unit a level and a layer of privacy by purposely putting kind of the garages centrally located, rather than at the ends where the units would be kind of smashed up together. So let me keep going here. I won't get too much in the weeds because I know there's a lot, but these 4, 5, 6, and 7 are identical units, except for that walkout situation on that one, unit number 5. So again, we are trying to keep the eaves of the buildings low and subordinate to the main house, but we are taking full advantage of the 2nd floor space with the use of dormers. I think that breaks up the facade and also and gives it some character. So, and then I will show you one of the things that has come up as far as the site development, rock removal, is we're not planning on any finished basements on any of the new buildings, except for that unit 5 that is a natural finished basement because the grade falls there anyway. And but all the other units are crawl spaces just for plumbing and mechanical spaces, but not usable space. So we can talk about future provisions and talk about this, because I know we've had some discussions about rock removal and perhaps these perhaps going to a slab on grade scenario if required. So But this was all presented in front of ACA as well. And then I won't go through this, but we did present a list of building materials to ACA. We're going to put together a sample board for them and drop off some samples to the town hall for their review. And I want to jump to this because this kind of gives you an idea of how we work to develop the building and the concept. And because it's all in 3 dimensions, I think it gives you a better feel of than what the 2-dimensional drawings provide. So again, just to kind of go backwards a little bit, this is the Ledges building that we're talking about. These are the 2 exterior entrance porticos that we're adding to the building, and then these were the 2-car garages that we're trying to sink down into the landscaping so that they don't block the ledges area. And that we're also going to purpose the tops of these with planters and decks and things of that nature to make them actual usable spaces. So we'll build flat roofs and build on top of them. And I think it will be an asset for these homeowners to have this space for entertaining or just kind of hanging out. We are copying a lot of the historic details from the railings out here as well. We think that's important to tie the buildings together in a cohesive way. I think if this building did have garages at some point, this may have been kind of something that they would have done. So we're trying to respond to the historic context and the historic nature of the building. So again, we have the parking court that's in gray here. The garages that face the parking court, and then the individual entrances to the units on either side of that. Let's just go down here. And I want to just kind of show you a view of the gatehouse building as you come up to the top. Again, this is going to be a thin stone veneer facade. We are trying to keep these eave lines low, not to take away from the main Ledges house, and again, be in supportive structures in the overall development. I just threw a car in there for scale, so it gives you a sense of scale. This is where the existing stone wall currently is. And you can see this is the actual property line. The model's bigger than the property line just because of the way it was built, but that is the actual property line. So it gives you a sense of what you would see from the post road in the street. And the interesting thing is that none of these other buildings, in our opinion, are going to be visible from the road. So the only impact on this property, visually from Post Road in Birnbaum Avenue, is this carriage house building. So I wanted to kind of show you another slide. Let me get that up for 1 second here. It's this one. So we took a look at kind of the context of the existing neighborhood, and just to orient you, there's Boston Post Road, East Wharf Road is on the right, and Bushnell Lane on the left-hand side. This is the carriage house building that we're talking about. And what you can see is, fronting Boston Post Road in Birnbaum are these large residential structures. They're single-family homes. And the other interesting thing is, if you look at Google Maps, this is an aerial view of Google Maps. You can see the context of this building, which is the Ledges building. And all the wooded areas around there that kind of buffer the development. So I just want to allay any concerns that this development has, a lot of visual impacts on the community. It really doesn't. It's really tucked away in this circular area right here, and it's surrounded by very heavily wooded forest and trees. So I just wanted to bring that up and make that point. And unless there are really questions about the architecture, I'd be happy to answer those. Questions about anything, actually, or we can move on to the civil engineering aspect of it and have Mike present. So.
What I'd like to, thank you, Mr. Nucci. What I'd like to do as possible is continue with the presentation and have questions of your entire panel after the last presentation is completed.
Okay. I think that wraps up my portion of the presentation then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I will stop sharing my thoughts so you can share your screen.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Good evening. For the record, Mr. Chairman and Commission members, my name is Mike Ott. I'm a licensed professional engineer and land surveyor with Summerhill Civil Engineers and Land Surveyors with an office at 60 Wall Street here in Madison. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, and I will share my screen. Can the commission members see my screen?
Yes, or at least I can.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go right into, in an effort to be brief, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit and go right into the site aspects of the project. So Birnbaum Lane and the Post Road on the left. I won't do a lot of orientation. Greg did a good job of that. Birnbaum Lane, as you probably all know, is actually part of the US Route 1 highway. So any work we do within, when we make the revised driveway connection and any building service utility work we do will require a encroachment permit, both from the Connecticut DOT as well as the town. The town of Madison has a maintenance responsibility for Birnbaum Lane. The site, there is public water, gas, power, and communication utilities within the Route 1 highway right-of-way. So the site will be served by all of those. We will be bringing, and I'll discuss this in a little more detail in a few minutes, but we will be constructing a new water main. We will be tapping again, a new tap of the existing water main in Birnbaum Lane and bringing it up into the site to provide water service to the development proposal. We'll also be bringing in gas and power and communication utilities will be underground. They will all come up the driveway on the west side of the site. So the existing driveway will be widened to a travelway width, a paved width of 18 feet. On the east side of the driveway, there's a 3-foot lawn strip and then a 5-foot wide sidewalk. That 3-foot lawn strip is detailed to be reinforced such that if emergency responder vehicles, specifically fire apparatus, had to drive on it or set their outriggers down, they would be able to do that. We kept the driveway, the actual paved width, at 18 feet for aesthetics. We feel that 18 feet is the minimum width we can do paved. But so for aesthetics, we tried to keep it as as narrow as we could, but try to provide adequate width for mostly for fire apparatus. In that regard, we've reached out to Sam DeBura and asked him, the fire marshal, and asked him for his comments on the driveway, as well as the ability to get into the parking court up at the top to provide access to all the buildings. We haven't heard back from him yet, but I'm sure we will, and we'll have that information before the continued public hearing. When the driveway is reconstructed, there's a detail on the plans that shows that it is cross-sloped to the east towards the lawn area, so that stormwater runoff will go to the lawn and not to the neighboring properties to the west. All of the wastewater systems, I should say all of the leaching fields, both the primary leaching fields and their reserve areas for all 4 buildings will be located in the lawn area. There are leaching fields in the lawn area today that serve the Ledges building. I'm sorry, the Ledges State House building, as well as the building in the rear, in this rear appendage of the site that I don't know if Greg mentioned that we will, or maybe you did, Greg, that we will be removing actually.
Yes,
So there are leaching fields in that lawn area today. Those will be removed. There is a septic tank as well in the lawn area that will be removed also. And all these colored rectangles are the proposed leaching fields for all 7 units. We completed soil testing with the health department in this lawn area. The soils are very consistent. They are sands and gravels with a relatively deep water table. They're suitable for sewage. We did enough soil testing to determine that they're suitable for sewage disposal. When we make an application to the health department for review and approval of all the septic systems, it's possible that the health department might ask us to do additional soil testing, as is often done, and we will be doing that with them. I'll zoom back out a little bit. The estate house, the Ledges building, and this new gatehouse building, unit number 1, will both be served. Their building sewers can go by gravity to septic tanks located in the lawn, and then by gravity to the leaching fields. The carriage house buildings, both of these buildings, require pump stations. There's a septic tank you can see in purple here. This is a typical arrangement. Septic tank, a wastewater effluent pumping station. Same thing here for this end unit. I'll zoom in a little bit. Septic tank and pump station, and same thing for the next unit. So these 2 buildings, 4 units, the wastewater effluent will be pumped uphill to the high point on the east end of the State House to a below ground chamber where the wastewater effluent will flow by gravity from that red chamber down to the leaching fields. That keeps all of the septic system and all of its conveyance lines away from the best we can from the new water main and all the water services that will be constructed in this area, which I'll get to in a bit. So that covers utilities, I think, access to the site and utilities. A little bit more about the water. There is a private water main, I think constructed in the early 1900s, that comes off the public water main in Birnbaum Lane, comes up through this to the site and serves the estate house as well as the existing apartment or carriage house building. In addition, there are services that come off that existing main that serve adjoining properties. There are 2 that we know of. We reached out to the water company. We started reaching out to the water company in mid-January about the water situation here on this site. The water company has turns out had very little record of what was here. They knew that there was a tap, a 4-inch private main tap down in Birnbaum Lane, and they had an idea that other properties were serviced off of it. We did land records research and obtained copies of all the deeds and the easement agreements associated with the private water main and specifically the services, and provided all that information to the water company. We provided our plans to the water company and a preliminary layout of a new main and services. They commented on it. We went back and forth a couple times, and we've come to an agreement about the alignment of the new water main and how all these buildings will be serviced and how the 2 existing services to the adjoining properties will be connected to the new main. That process is going to require further work with the water company. It's going to require easement mapping and other agreements, but it is in process. We've also reached out to all the other utility companies to make sure that they can provide service to the site. And again, all those utilities will come up the driveway within the water company's easement, which will be a 30-foot width easement. With regard to, I think probably the only other thing I'd like to go over just quickly is with regard to stormwater. We are reducing the amount of pavement just a bit. We are removing, if you can see where I'm circling in my cursor, we are removing the pavement here that you probably all saw on your site walk. This building, again, will also be removed. And as Greg said, this area gets turned into a community garden area. John Cunningham will explain, I believe, the entire surface of this is a pervious surface. It'll be a rounded stone aggregate. Where this pavement is today, this driveway pavement, will be turned into lawn. So there's a reduction in impervious surface by removing this building and removing this pavement area. However, the construction of these 2 new buildings presents an overall increase in impervious surface. We are collecting, today there is no formal treatment of stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff generally from this parking area today flows in this direction that I'm tracing with my cursor and heads towards a neighboring property here. We are not changing any surface water drainage patterns. We are going to provide a formal treatment system for the stormwater runoff from all of the paved area. It will be collected in an inlet structure here, and it will enter a subsurface stormwater infiltration system. That stormwater infiltration system provides for water quality benefits, and it, in accordance with the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual and the Connecticut DEP Stormwater Construction General Permit. Ultimately, stormwater from this site may discharge to tidal wetlands on the east side of East Wharf Road, some 500 or so feet from this site. There is a requirement in the Connecticut General Stormwater Permit that when you discharge stormwater within 500 feet of the tidal waters or tidal wetland, that you retain on site, if possible, the runoff generated from the first inch of a rainfall event. And we have done that with this stormwater infiltration system. We are also providing small infiltration systems to accept the roof water from both of these new buildings. So that's as I think as brief as I can be, overview of the civil engineering portion of the site. I should tell you that we have made revisions to our drawings. We have prepared certain reports, including stormwater management reports. We have not submitted them because we wanted to hear the commission's comments on the application, the public's comments on the application. And then we will prepare one package that will be submitted both to your commission as well as the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Agency, so that both commissions have the same information before them in their record. And we will do that, of course, prior to the upcoming Inland Wetland Agency meeting in early April. I think I know that was kind of quick purposely. I hope that was clear, and in accordance with what Chairman Clark said, I think I will turn this over to Rick Hosley, who will talk about the rock removal aspects of the construction associated with the development.
Thank you, Mr. Ott.
Rick, would you like me to leave this drawing up?
No, thank you, Michael. But we may refer to it in the future.
Yeah.
Bear with me for a moment here, folks. Thank you, Commissioner and Commission and community. My name is Richard Hosley. I'm with the Hosley Companies based out of Branford, Connecticut on Hamry Lane. I was hired by the applicant under Realty Securities Incorporated to do a pre-construction assessment of the application before us. Again, Realty Securities, the Hosley Companies are 98 years old. A little background on myself. I am the technical director for the European Federation of Explosives Engineers in Europe. I am the past vice president and technical director of the International Society of Explosive Engineers. As we all know, rock is in our lives and blasting is in our lives everywhere. And the phrase that we laymen often use is that if it wasn't grown or if it wasn't born, it was mined from the earth. Keep in mind that our granite countertops, this one in this scene, mined from Sony Creek Quarry in Branford, Connecticut. It's also under the Statue of Liberty, or an associated quarry is, and also on the Chrysler Building. 110 minerals in a computer, even this old one. And as I was headed out to look at the Ledges site, I noticed a tractor trailer passing by with stone on it. The Ledges is a beautiful, beautiful piece of property, and I was really taken by it upon my first visit. This scene shows the entrance. A couple things I'd like to point out. The water company, call before you dig, marked out where the water main is. I'd also like to point out that the property line is in the center of the stone wall to the west. And that stone wall acts as just that, a fence to the property line. This is a diagram that I took from Mike Ott's pile of plans, and determined that changing the elevation of the driveway will exist. And that's right up at the peak of the hill there by that second tree and close to the estate. I just wanted to point out that it's about 100-foot span for that, taking down the peak of that driveway hill. And there is a 0-foot cut on either end, but about a 3.5-foot cut, it appears, according to this diagram, that needs to be removed. We assume there's rock under the driveway. There certainly isn't rock where the water main or service is now, but there may be rock elsewhere in the driveway to accomplish this change in elevation. Top of the hill to be regraded. This is traveling south further down the stone wall, and gives us a little light, shed some light on the existing ledges and the property line as we migrate toward what will be the proposed location of carriage house number 2 in the southwest corner of the property. This is another view of the same scene looking north, again, the west is to our left, the stone wall depicting the property line. My shopping bag here gives you an idea of the size of the rock cut that's there and the proximity to the property line. In other words, where my shopping bag is one elevation, and above it is the property line and the existing ledge. What's significant about this ledge is the pre-existing cleavage or rock faces that essentially travel north-south. This is a crystal alignment that occurred during the formation of this geology. I just wanted to point out in a visual perspective that this is the Waterford Group, which is a granitic gneiss geology. It's a metamorphic type of rock. It's the result of pressure and metamorphism associated with plate tectonics. And there are valleys and ridges through the property from north to south. And we refer to those as anticlines and synclines. And we estimate there's rock underneath the building, an area underneath the ledges estate, and then an area of overburden that's relatively thick. And then the rock comes back again as you travel to the south. Another look at that photo looking south and my shopping bag. An example of evidence of dimensional stone production, probably for the original estate. What's important about this ledge is that there's crystal lineation trending east-west and north-south. That's a result of the cooling process and the deformation that occurred during the formation of this rock. If you note that these lines or lineations drop at 33 degrees, it provides a dimensional stone person or a rock removal person to predict where the fragmentation will occur because of these pre-existing joints and crystal alignment. This is a view of the southeast corner of the residence and the location of the sanitary sewer trench, which will head to the front septic area. You can see the ledge sticking out there underneath the plantings area above the chair bench. This photograph is significant. This is the northwest corner of the property, the Ledges estate up on top. You can see it there. What's significant about this are the pre-existing joints in the rock. And in this area is where Michael has referred to as the location for the sanitary sewer trench heading to the front lawn. What's significant about this rock are the prominent joints that run north-south, as we've seen in the back, as we would expect, and the fact that this will be much easier to excavate with these pre-existing cracks traveling in the direction that Michael Ott has planned to install the sewer. To further support this, dimensional stone production probably took place just off of that previous slide because that rock was so accessible with little energy from the tools and equipment that were available in the 1900s locally. I want to talk about some brief examples of close-in blasting and just give you an idea of the day-to-day industry. This is blasting next to a computer halt, the subbase, Groton Naval Submarine Base. This is a project in Darien, Connecticut, where blasting occurred adjacent to an existing building that was being remodeled for a retirement community. Another view of that same project in Darien. This is a commonality in Connecticut because of glaciation, the activity which ice scraped across the surface of Connecticut, deposited sediment where we enjoy Long Island and the Chain Islands out in Long Island Sound, and has left us with shallow overburden of bedrock. This is another example in Newington, Connecticut, where blasting occurred. And the point of this slide is to demonstrate that blasting is designed to remove rock only where engineers want to remove it. And there are blasting techniques and pre-blast plans when executed properly, will provide us with stable slopes like the ones you see on the highway. And there's various techniques utilized to maintain that. I'm also pointing out the drill holes that are evident and the fact that despite this is a highly structured geologic unit, basalt, the explosives energy did not migrate past where the blast design was limited. Here's another example down in Stony Creek. I showed this to the Inland Wetlands Commission. This is significant because blasting occurred on the property line, essentially 15 feet off of an existing home. Again, this is right on the water. If you were to look right, it would be about 50 feet to the ocean. This is at the end of the main street as you travel down to Stony Creek, Connecticut. Very scenic view, very lovely area. Church in Norwich, where Route 2 was widened and expansion occurred. Preservation of the stone church was critical, as is a historic structure. Different types of line drilling was employed to mitigate ground vibration and preserve that adjacent structure. Techniques utilizing cushion blasting also was occurred to protect the structure. Again, a commonality in Connecticut. Moving forward, I contacted the fire marshal's office in Madison, Connecticut, pardon me, and they were very generous at informing me that there are a list of blasting permits issued. And over the last 10 years, 49 blasting permits were issued in Madison, Connecticut. What's significant about that, and I immediately asked, how many blasting permits were revoked as a result of dangerous activity, damage, that sort of thing. And the response was no blasting permits were revoked. However, there was one damage claim investigation where damage occurred when blasting took place right behind the owner's home. The owner was hiring the blasting contractor. I assume, and I didn't get into any detail, it was either an addition for the home or a swimming pool. And there was an investigation regarding that. I did not find out any details, nor did I inquire about the details of that. But in the history of Madison Fire Marshal's blasting permit list, and I see we spelled fire marshal wrong. Sorry about that. We have these results available to the public. 64 permits were issued during the time frame. Interestingly enough, 0 were issued in 2015 and 8 permits in the year of 2018. Here's a project in Madison that's not too far away on Middle Beach Road. Some great photographs, so I thought you might enjoy them. Drill rig in the center, drilling blast holes. The white piles are dust piles that are dropped by the vacuum cleaner that vacuums the dust from the holes during the drilling operation. This typifies typical drilling equipment that's utilized by multiple drilling and blasting contractors throughout the coast that we have here in our area. What I want to point out about this is that there's different ways to mitigate ground vibration and noise on a blast site. And the essential component to every successful blast is certainly planning, but also support. If you work with a general contractor or an excavating contractor that provides the support needed, like any other aspect of building or construction, projects are done more efficiently, effectively, and without disturbance. In this location, the excavator is placing earth fill on top of an area to be blasted and will help to mitigate the noise and ground vibration. This is a little video of the blast. I'd like you to pay attention to the garage to the left, which is within about 2 feet of the blast area. You'll see that there's some blasting mats located on top of the blast as well. They're put in the front of the shot because in the front of the shot, you want to provide relief to get the rock motion or movement away from the garage. So it actually tears the rock away from the garage. Also, the blasting contractor employs line drilling, which is similar to the perforations in a book or like a checkbook, for example, that allows you to tear off the rock or the paper so that it doesn't damage the rock mass or structure beyond where you want to remove the rock. This is an up close post-blast photograph. If you could zoom in on the red plastic fitting on the right, that is a witness that indicates that the detonation or the explosive product at the base of the detonation did indeed detonate. As you can see, there are no cracks in this structure. Here's another close up where you can see the detonation of that surface delay. Here's the finished product of that project.
This is going to go on for a while.
This is an interesting photograph that I couldn't help but take because this typifies the beach houses that run along the shoreline in our area. East Haven, Brantford, Guilford, Mulberry Point, Beach Bay, where originally they were beach homes that were single-story summer homes that have now been converted into year-end homes. With converting a home into a year-end home, you've got to add a year-end water service and area for a full or partial foundation. Our history has led us the experience to have to blast inside and underneath some of these homes, not only for foundations or for utility rooms, but also to keep that water service from freezing during the winter months. Here's another example on Middle Beach Road where blasting occurred for a water service up to an existing cottage. This cottage had no house foundation. We blasted up against the cottage and actually inside and under the cottage in a crawl space in order to maintain that 4-foot depth to keep that water service from freezing. Unfortunately, over time, the cottage did not serve its purpose in terms of modernization and size and was replaced by a new home, which you would see here today if you drove by. Some other projects in Madison, and probably the highest level of difficulty when it comes to blasting, was along the Amtrak Railway off of Fort Path Road. Challenging is blasting adjacent to a rail line because you cannot stop a speeding train. If you've ever experienced any blasting projects on the state roads or interstates, the state police run a rolling barricade and slow people or stop traffic so that blasting can occur to widen a highway. You cannot stop a speeding train. Here's another view of that from another perspective. Blasting actually occurred within 30 feet of the Amtrak Railway, very close to those posts and adjacent to that retaining wall that you see. Some other photos here in Madison. Here's another video of blasting off of Copps Road between a garage and an existing barn. Little village area here. You can see the blasting mats protecting the structures on both sides and a point of relief created away from the existing structures. Here's another one on the back side of that, the second kind of blast. Which you hardly notice other than the surface delays, which are again, witnesses informing the blasting engineer that the charges did detonate. This all occurred while the horses were in their pen. There was someone there with them, talking to them and probably sliding them a carrot, but that all occurred within proximity of this horse paddock and corral. And again, that's the finished product of the job site. Some others that you may be familiar with, blasting on Lantern Hill, that's quite a cut for the road. And then obviously the house foundations. This one is significant because there's an existing stone wall between properties. There was an existing house, an existing non-mortared stone wall. And this house foundation has this house has a 10-foot deep house foundation. What's interesting to point out is even though the blasting proximity was within, I believe, 20 feet from this stone wall, there was no damage to the non-mortared stone wall. Further work to be conducted on Lantern Hill is obvious with your visit to the site. Some things that I think the commission should take into account is that there are pre-blast planning guidelines. And these pre-blast planning guidelines are utilized by all drilling and blasting contractors. to maintain their licenses, to maintain their insurance, and to maintain their opportunity to keep working in this industry. This is a great guideline for any project that requires rock removal or blasting. And if you took blasting out, you could certainly utilize some of these guidelines for other excavating procedures. Pre-blast designs are internally critical. During blasting operations, attention must be given to the direction in which you're going to throw rock, as we've demonstrated on Middle Beach Road away from the garage. Defining excavation limits so you don't damage slopes like the one we looked at in Newington, and ground control conditions, whether it's overburden earth or blasting mats, to contain flying debris and mitigate or reduce air blast. All of this affects rock fragmentation and vibration and should be implemented prior to, in a design, prior to the actual explosives implementation. I want to talk a little bit about ground vibration because I think there's a few misnomers, and I've heard some feedback through social media about various forms of ground vibration, and I want to relate to some very simple diagrams that will help you understand the technology and the terms involved. When we think about, and vibration is very complicated, but when we think about vibration, we think about throwing a basketball-sized rock or a basketball into a pool of water. As you do, waves migrate from the center of that energy, and as they travel over distance, the waves drop in amplitude. Imagine a cork floating on these waves as they migrate from the energy source. Here's a more technical, advanced explanation that you can review later on. But what we're talking about when we talk about the height of those waves, which is very critical, is the amplitude. If we throw a larger rock in a pool of water, the amplitude of those waves will be much higher and will either tip over our cork or unsettle our ship, if you will. The distance between those waves is called wavelength. And the time that those waves go by a fixed point is called frequency. Okay, I understand it's a lot, but think about it as it relates to us. If you have a low frequency wave, like the bottom of this slide, you can imagine the cork is sliding down that hill and sliding back up that hill, sliding down that hill, low frequency. This is something we want to avoid when the frequency approaches the resonant frequency of a structure. We're getting complicated here. What I'm trying to get to is when a blast design is incorporated, when it is drawn, we draw attention to ground motion frequency to attain a very high frequency, because with a high frequency, you have much less displacement if you keep that displacement in check with smaller explosive charges. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Charge weight per distance is what drives frequency. If I throw a basketball-sized rock into a pool of water, I'm going to get some large rolling waves. But if I take a handful of crushed stone and throw it into the water, I'm going to get some small choppy waves that don't disturb the structures outside of the energy area. So keep that in mind as a blast design technician, because that's what the industry does. Some other things to consider are vibration reflection. People say to me all the time, well, Rick, my house is on the same ledge. How am I going to be affected? Well, we've already seen some photos early on of joints and changes in the rock between crystal lineation, maybe dirt seams, maybe continuities in anticlines and synclines, earth to rock, rock to earth, hard rock to soft rock, rock to air. These changes in density or changes in medium from wherever that energy generation is, the explosive charge in rock, to another medium of a different density causes a refraction in ground vibration or reflection, depending on the angle in which you direct that vibration. And the interesting thing about vibration is when you refer back to that home that we saw on the water on Middle Beach, we directed the rock away from the garage. But when you throw rock in one direction, you drive the ground vibration in the opposite direction. So how do we mitigate that ground vibration? We change the density along the garage by drilling holes in the rock super close together, like that analogy I made with the checkbook. How do we document ground vibration? My good computer friend here, seismograph. The seismograph is calibrated like the speedometer in a state trooper's car when he checks your speed on the highway. And it also has two fixtures, a geophone, which is buried in the earth, which is revealed by this removal of grass. And the mast, which you can't quite see here, goes to the microphone. So it measures sound levels. Very crucial instruments for documenting what takes place during a blast. Sound waves can really be affected by weather and can really be something that humans are sensitive to. Interestingly enough, ground vibration travels much quicker through solid, dense materials like rock and earth, and slower through the air. So if you were far enough away, you would feel the ground motion, and then you would feel the air motion. The point of these slides is to understand that when you move molecules of air, whether you have warm or cool air or in the direction that you push the air, you will be directing that sound wave. We've proven that or demonstrated that you can mitigate sound waves by a depth of burial, putting earth on them, and by changing the direction that you push that air or limit the amount of direction you push that air. I think we remember this video again, and I've probably beaten it to death, but it's fun to watch. You see that there is no displacement in the garage itself within feet of the blast site. Every blast site, every seismograph creates what we call a vibration data accumulation plan for close-in site-specific blasting distances. This plan starts with a test blast, which is a small detonation of explosives at the furthest distance from a close-in structure. With that test blast, a small quantity of explosives is detonated and data collection occurs. With that data collection, we can determine, based on the charge weight and distance the seismograph is away, what kind of particle velocity, that's basically the wavelength that you see with the up and down slide I showed earlier, and the frequency, the speed at which it goes by, registered on our seismographs. This is produced in a computer record and on a paper sheet that we can share with the regulatory officials, either the state fire marshal, local fire marshal, or both, or any federal agencies that might be involved, such as Amtrak, for example. In summary, it's very important to review the qualifications of responsible individuals. The town will not issue a blasting permit to someone that is not licensed and permitted federally, state, and locally. That requires meeting requirements for drug testing, DOT regulations, hazardous material storage. There's numerous federal agencies that are involved here. A $5 million insurance policy, which is filed with the town. And I believe that you have to have a minimum of 3 years experience before you can obtain a blasting license. And I respect the fact that you should have at least 5 years experience with close-in blasting. I know that there is a very competent list of local blasters in this area that meet these requirements. Number two, we want to review a pre-blast plan. We want to review a blast plan before we implement a small test blast program, which we can monitor results and make changes if necessary. And finally, we want to review every blasting program with these seismograph results, with video, whatever it may be, to remain compliant to the state, federal, and local regulations that limit damage to the blast site and to the property itself. In conclusion, the safety of blasting operations depends upon qualified, competent personnel using the proper equipment, materials, observing correct blasting procedures, working in accordance with a well-formulated plan. That's from the 1998 17th edition of the Blaster's Handbook, in which I wrote the chapter on geology. Based on my review of the Ledges project, I believe rock blasting can be conducted safely and should not be the reason for the disqualification of this application, provided it follows the recommendations that I have made. I am happy to answer any questions at this point, and I appreciate the time I've taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosley.
Thank you.
Attorney McKeon, you have John McKeon now.
It's John Cunningham, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, it's still early, but I feel like it's late.
Rick, thank you very much for that presentation. I myself have no more questions on blasting. For those of you that don't know me on the board, my name is John Cunningham, owner of TEC Landscape Design Incorporated, located at 62 Wall Street in Madison. I will ask the chairman if it's okay that I share my screen.
Absolutely.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, I knew it was there somewhere. This is the overall site plan for the Ledges, and I'm just going to go through the design in itself fairly quickly, and I'll answer any questions at the end. I'm going to start down on Birnbaum Lane, which is down here. Okay, there are 3 trees that are not on our property. They're on state property. There are 2 ginkgo biloba and a flowering dogwood. They're remaining. They're not on our property. They're out in front of the stone wall. The large lawn area, as Mike Gott explained, is our septic area. It is remaining as a green area. With septic, everyone realizes there can't be any trees or planting because of the septic field. As we move in the driveway, Unit 1, the Gateway Cottage, as we're calling it, is approximately 140 feet from Birnbaum Lane, 60 feet of state land and about 80 feet of green area. In this, I'm going to call it the lower area of the Ledges, okay? We are not really taking down any trees. We are removing a large beech tree that is on the east side, okay? That is going to be needed to come down for septic to get to the septic fields. Some remaining trees that are on the west side of the property are not on our property. There are 3 hemlock and a large Taxus baccata, which is probably one of the best evergreen trees to grow in the state of Connecticut. A lot of people don't know what it is. It's an upright form of yew that is formed into a tree. Our Unit 1 is going really realistically right now in a lawn area. I'll go through that landscape plan at the end of the overall presentation. This dark green area that you see on the plan is existing vegetation that's going to remain. It is really growing out of the rock outcroppings that are behind the main Ledges house. All going to really remain as is. As we I'll back up to Birnbaum Lane, you can see there will be a sidewalk leading from Birnbaum Lane up along the driveway area, okay? This will lead, as I'm calling it, up to the upper area of the Ledges project, okay? Unit 2 and 3 is the existing Ledges house, which Mr. Nucci went over. It will be 2 separate units. The existing bluestone terrace will stay out front. The existing staircase will remain, might be modified a little bit to get us back down to the new elevation. There will be 2 garages in front of it. The existing plant material within this area, both trees and shrub material, will have to come down because our elevations will change during construction. We are planting, it's on the plant list on the plan, we are planting a lot of new both ornamental trees, shrubs, and ground cover. The majority of it, if not 100%, it's about 98% are all natives to the area. The smaller trees here might be new ornamental trees. The larger green circles might be existing shade trees. Along would be the west perimeter, this little tree line. This is like the existing branch line that is there right now. And you can see that it wraps around unit 6 and 7, about 20 to 25 feet from the rear property line. That material is going to remain. It's once again really on like a rock outcropping. As we move down along that rear property line, there are some existing Thuya picata, green giants that are there. We're proposing to add about the same size. I think I have 14 to 16 feet on the plan to act as a screen to the neighbors to the rear. So the the main area that are in front of these units, all these units, as Greg mentioned, open up onto this new circular, really driving area. Clients, people that are buying these units can use this as a walkway. You can see where the sidewalk ends over here by the first garage. Up in this area, there are required really, or on the whole project, 14 parking spaces. We have 19 on our project, so we have additional parking for guests that are coming back over. This light green area that you see everywhere, Mike Ott presented, this will be lawn area, okay? There is a stone wall. You can follow my cursor right in here. That will help change grade in this area and keep this all at one elevation. I should scroll over to the main house. There are 2 new additional stone walls here. That's to help change grade from the existing bluestone terrace back down to the lawn area. The lower lawn area, which will probably be 3 to 42 inches below the upper courtyard area, will remain really all permeable. It's going to be lawn plantings as shown by the different greens here. As this will be a tall hedge, this is going to be a low hedge out back. We've proposed a garden area. These would be raised corten steel planters, probably 24 inches tall, and everyone would plant them depending on how the units go and what they want to plant. We're also suggesting just a small storage shed for garden equipment, probably 10 by 10. We have discussed this. We would like to fence this off. So this really feels like it's a part of this whole rest of the unit. There are stone walls running down the property line on both sides of the property. So we'd like to fence this back in this rear area. Let me just take a look at my notes. We brought up a point today about lighting. I don't know if anyone had any questions on lighting, but the majority of the lighting on our proposal are really attached to the units themselves. We are proposing some low voltage lighting anywhere there are steps. So the steps would be seen with the low voltage, full cutoff fixture. There would be no dark sky wash into the air, but there are no post lights or bollards of any type of extra illumination on the project. And one last point, as I've read through some of the comments on some of the both town and some of the people that are neighboring here, there is a residence here that is about the same dimension as our unit 1 residence is back from our property line. I've introduced red cedar here. Red cedar is prevalent on the property right now. It's a terrific upright native evergreen, soil tolerant to this area, Nothing bothers it. Slow rate of growth, which sounds odd, but it stays in bounds for a number of years. And on the other side of the property, we've made a suggestion because of the existing trees on the neighbor's property, just to add native viburnum and winterberry to act as a softening agent between both driveways to give some softening to the area. I'm going to move now. I'm going to pull that down, and I'm going to pull up just so everyone can see what one of the units might like. Let's cancel that. This is unit 1. This is the gatehouse. This is what the units are going to kind of look like. I picked this one to kind of go through so everyone can kind of see what we're going to do around the units. Each unit will probably have 1 to 2 new ornamental trees. The slashed line around this would be a low ground cover.
John, this is Dave Anderson. I'm not seeing your plan up right now.
Huh. Okay.
I don't know if you need to stop and then start again. I'm not sure.
Might have to, Dave.
Yeah. Is that better? Yeah, there it is. Yep.
Okay,
Good.
sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm not really much of a computer guy, as everyone can tell. But I'll start back up with this the gatehouse. This is what the units are going to kind of look like. Low shrub material, so you can actually see the units. Greg and myself have been doing multifamily housing for the last 20 years. The Point One guys do a great job in the units. This material wants to be low. The buildings themselves want to come out of a green floor, as I call it, a low ground cover that is an elevation above the lawn area. I find that to be very useful. Each unit will have some form of patio, terrace, deck, whatever you want to call it, attached to the units. Each unit will have some type of, I'm going to guess, both a wet-laid bluestone landing and probably a permeable bluestone walkway that's going to lead out to the drive. All right. The units themselves, I put a little note on here. Mike told you that we're gonna keep the majority of the water is going to go into infiltrators on the top part. On some of the units, we are going to use a little plunge pool detail. If the roof system does not warrant running it back underground, we're going to run a low plunge pool with in one of the existing planting beds that are around the property. I think, Mr. Chairman, I think really that's about it. I've gone through the individual unit and the other unit. I have a couple of photographs. Dave, can we see those?
Sure, you can pull them up, John?
Yeah, can you see that or not?
No, I don't see the photos right now. I'm still
Okay.
seeing the same plan.
Okay. Stop share. I can see what I got to do. Okay. I was just going to show that the commission both different sides of the property. So this is the neighbor on the west side. These are the 3 trees that we had talked about that are not on our property. This is the area where we were thinking about putting some of the screening. And on the other side of the project, which is here, no, this is the entranceway. I'm sorry about that. Stop share. Apologize. I thought I had this pulled up. Okay. I can't seem to find the last photograph, Dave, but with that, I'll probably say that I'm finished with the landscape presentation, and I'll turn it back over to Attorney McKeon.
Ron Clark. There was some conversation early about something being placed in the area of the garage/apartment that was coming down a planning area, and I don't believe that was covered, was it, or did I miss something?
Can everyone see the overall plan?
Yeah, but
probably need to stop and start again with the overall, John, so we can see it.
There was some talk about planting beds or something earlier, and it never really got detailed. I'm just curious as what that was going to consist of.
Okay, Ron, could you just run me through, where are you thinking about?
You're talking about the garden area that would.
Garden area where the existing apartment garage
Okay.
is going to be demolished.
So down here, Ron, there are going to be, right now, we've proposed 3 raised steel garden beds, 24 inches. So these are brought in and welded on site, filled with soil, planted with whatever the clients want to plant them with, okay? It sits on a wash stone, a 3/8 inch river jack wash stone area. So the wash stone area is permeable. The garden elements are permeable. The grass element that is around the garden is permeable. We're probably going to suggest having a steel edge around the wash stone to contain that wash stone also. Only thing that wouldn't be permeable in this area, Ron, would be the 10 by 10 storage shed.
Thank you.
And I did say in the presentation, we are planning on fencing that area in to keep the garden element part of the Ledges project and not have it wash into the rest of the properties around that back. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Attorney McKeon, anything else?
Yeah, I would like to kind of try to tie together the presentations and sort of direct the commission toward what it is you as a commission need to find in connection with the applications we have pending, and then to briefly address some of the comments and opposition that we have been made aware of through letters and other sources. But at the end of the day here, what we need to do is as a commission, we need to find whether our application satisfies section 3.12 relating to small cluster development in the R2 zone and the other general requirements of section 4 of our regulations pertaining to special exceptions generally. And I would submit to you that our application materials, the plans that were submitted with the original application, as well as the information that's been provided tonight, that the small cluster development is clearly permitted in the R2 zone. And it is not only permitted, it is encouraged by our plan of conservation and development. And in reviewing the history of the enactment of the small cluster regulation, which I did. And the regulation has been on our books since 2018. And the commission, correctly so, in my opinion, reacted to direction from the plan of conservation and development, specifically saying that our town needs to obtain some diversity in housing option, to provide different types of housing options for the elderly, to provide specifically housing options that require less investment, less maintenance. The zoning chart, which is on page 1 of Mr. Ott's materials, lays out the bulk standards of section 3.12. Our development, as proposed, meets each and every requirement of section 3.12 for small cluster residential development. The density requirements, which are 1 unit per 10,000 square feet, which may seem like a lot to people, but I've been involved with applications down in the beach area where we have multiple dwellings on lots that sometimes are not much more than 6,000 or 7,000 square feet. And there's a house and another residence. So 1 unit per 10,000 square feet, to me, is a very modest increase in density, especially in the downtown area of Madison. Mr. Cunningham has established that the parking requirements are met. I believe that our plans have been carefully planned, designed, and oriented upon the site to promote a sense of community. The gatehouse leads us up the hill into an area behind a very stately home that is being preserved and maintained, and 87% of this proposed development is in a very private, secluded area, not visible from the street, and quite frankly provides what I consider to be a very nice community to live in, and one that I think the town and the commission will be proud of when it approves it. The open space areas are provided in accordance with section 3.12. The garden area Mr. Cunningham just spoke about, the walkway which connects the roadway through the entire development to the parking areas, the various unit buildings, and the open spaces, that requirement is met. The landscaping plan satisfies the particular requirements of section 3.12, as do the architectural plans. Again, the stone walls and the ledges estate will be preserved and maintained. So I submit to you that the use is permitted. In fact, the plan of conservation and development and the regulation itself encourages this type of development in this very neighborhood. The prerequisites laid out in section 4.4 of our regulations pertaining to special exception permits generally have also been met. The next requirement of a special exception is that the public convenience and welfare has to be substantially served, and appropriate use of neighboring property will not be substantially or permanently injured. Now, I suspect that those opposed to this project may seize upon that prong of a special exception. However, when we look at the specific mandate of the plan of conservation and development, which totally encourages the diversification of Madison's housing portfolio, and the clear lesson that I think we should all have learned from the General's Residence project is that this application and the development being proposed is precisely what we had in mind as a commission when we passed section 3.12. And thank God you did, because history has told us that these units in this type of location are exactly what people want right now and need. And there's absolutely no reason why a modest amount of additional residents of this town ought not to be able to have the opportunity to live in an area such as this. This is precisely what a small cluster residential development is. When you pass that regulation, when the plan of conservation and development instruct you to seek ways such as this to bring about residential development and diverse housing options in or near the Madison Center, you passed that provision, because this type of development is exactly what you wanted and what people need. The public welfare and convenience, therefore, is most definitely served by a project like this in this very location. In the overall scheme, in addition to providing much needed and diverse housing options in a beautiful part of our town, we are at the same time removing an egregiously non-complying building with a residential occupancy that essentially is in an outcropping of the lot. We're also removing a non-conformity with respect to the existing building. The project will be conforming, once complete, with every aspect of our regulations. I don't believe Mr. Nucci covered this, but I happen to know that the construction project will be Energy Star compliant, which will further the conservation measures that I know as a town we strive to achieve, and which the Plan of Conservation and Development instructs us to achieve. So in terms of public welfare and convenience, I agree with some of the letters of support that were provided, in the sense that this is a development that the town will very much be proud of once it's completed. The passing of the regulation for small cluster development paved the way for exactly what you're getting with our application. Exactly. When the regulation was passed, I know it was passed with, I guess, the general's residence site in the forefront of people's minds, but in the minutes when it was passed, not only the general's residence site, but the property to the west heading toward Madison Center was specifically earmarked as a precise location for such a development. If you take a look at the lots that are between East Wharf Road and heading west to what I guess is Sampson Rock Road, where you would turn left to go into the Stop and Shop facility, the number of lots that satisfy the requirements of section 3.12 for small cluster development is exactly 2. Faith Whitehead's property, which is the one we're proposing our development on, and 852 Boston Post Road, which is the Birnbaum estate, which, and the reason there's only 2 is because you need to have a site that has roughly 1.3 acres or more. You need to have 100 feet of frontage on a roadway, and you have to be within 500 feet of a downtown district or a commercial district. The number of sites in this town that satisfy that criteria right now are few and far between. So if not this site, what site? I've read letters. We should put these developments at Island Avenue School. We should put them at Academy School. Well, I might agree with you on Island Avenue School, except the site doesn't fit the criteria for small cluster development. It's not within 500 feet of our downtown area. Academy School may be a very good location, but look what happened when we tried to do something with Academy School. We, the applicant, and our team cannot control that. What we can control is the application we've put before you, which satisfies the requirements and brings about the type of development that is exactly what was intended and desired when the regulation was passed. With reference to the plan, the third prong of the special exception component is that the use has to be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. People often confuse comprehensive plan with plan of conservation and development, which they're not the same thing. The comprehensive plan, first, you look to the regulations themselves. The regulations here clearly contain the small cluster development with a very detailed set of criteria about what sites can be developed into small cluster developments and what the sites need to have and the development needs to have in order to comply. We've demonstrated compliance with all of them. The plan of conservation and development is reflective of the comprehensive plan, and it is as clear as any application I've ever been associated with that this type of housing development, with its diversity, albeit different from the housing choices that are available in downtown right now, it provides that diversity. It provides alternatives to people who don't want to take of an entire enormous home, such as the Ledges, 6,000 feet. Imagine painting that structure regularly. What we're doing is we're preserving that. We're making a community because the regulation says that's what we want. And we're making a community share in the preservation of that home. Again, the wisdom of the commission in passing that was to bring about that very result. Specifically in the Plan of Conservation and Development, and I know I've pointed you all to this before, page 46 talks about the diversification of Madison's housing portfolio, and it specifically says, the housing desires of older residents can range from minor modifications to their existing housing, relocation to a condominium or other housing with exterior maintenance included. So again, the regulation 3.12, the Plan of Conservation and Development, and your passing of that regulation brought us to this point. The applicant followed the rules, meets all of the requirements, and has presented exactly what the plan and exactly what the regulation was intended to bring about. So that brings me to briefly, because a lot of the letters, both in support and in opposition that I've been able to read through the website, through other media, I have to address concerns because I think many are based upon misunderstanding, upon misinformation, and upon factual inaccuracies or gross exaggerations. So, you know, as a sample of some of the grounds for opposition, I have read that the light, the noise, and the traffic from this development that you just saw will, and this is in quotes, completely ruin the tranquility of neighboring properties. Really? That development that you just saw, you as commission members, you believe that that will completely ruin the tranquility of that neighborhood? I certainly don't. I can also tell you that out of the properties that could be developed for a small cluster development, the owner of any such property is not opposing this application because there are very, very few parcels where we could even have such a development. I've read other interesting lines. The town is telling you that the investment you make in your single family home doesn't matter. What in our application that we've presented would suggest even a little bit that that's what's happening here? Another allegation. The town changed the zoning rules without involving those affected.
Building coverage 2 stories with 4 units. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Anderson, who will discuss the letter from.
I'm sorry.
I got it, Chris.
What I just said was a quote that they changed the zoning rules without involving those affected. How could that possibly have been uttered as truthful? The 3.2 special small cluster residential development statute was drafted. It was submitted for public comment. There was a public hearing. It was on the agenda of the Planning and Zoning Commission at least 3 separate occasions. Many of the people who have offered opposition were actively involved in it because it was, of course, geared toward the General's residence project, of course, which is very nearby. So how could it be said that the rules have been changed without notifying anybody who would be affected? My friend printed something in social media that this development is just further condofication of Madison. Well, I think that represents, although it's kind of funny, I will say, I think it represents a misunderstanding of what a condo is. Condo is a form of ownership. It has nothing to do with zoning. I could create a condo on a piece of property and divide it into units without ever having to go to zoning. It is not a zoning matter. This particular application seeks to create 7 dwelling units on a piece of property that allows for it pursuant to the regulations. So calling it a condo isn't accurate. It may very well become a condo if the developers create a condo as the mechanism to run the 7 units, but it could be rental. It could be a co-op. It could be a planned community. So I think there's some stigma with the word condo that is not appropriate for what you, the commission, have in front of you. You have an application to allow 7 units on a piece of property that satisfies regulations. Other interesting bases for potential opposition that we're subdividing the property, or we're chopping it up into 7 units for a money grab. No, it's inaccurate and it's unfair. It's misinformation. The fact of the matter is that very little about what I've read is meaningful planning and zoning consideration. Your job is to make a determination of whether our application meets the regulation that you passed, rightfully so, and for motivations exactly what we've presented, to have a unique and diverse housing option for people in downtown so that a modest amount of more people could enjoy the neighborhood. The other categories of opposition stem from blasting. We all got an education from Mr. Hosley about blasting. Our point in introducing Mr. Hosley is that we as the applicant team don't take the blasting lightly. It is one area of concern that has been raised by opponents that we take very seriously. In fact, I would argue that the applicant has a much more greater concern about collateral damage from blasting than any of the neighbors, because the focal point of the development is her own house that sits on the site. That would be the most likely candidate to suffer some type of unexpected damage from blasting. And again, it contains the 2 largest, most important units of the entire development. So in granting a special exception, the neighbors' concerns can certainly be addressed with an appropriate condition on the special exception that a blasting plan along the lines of what Mr. Hosley has said is a prerequisite to be filed with Mr. DeBurra or Mr. Anderson so that the town can be satisfied that the blasting aspect of this construction, whatever it may be, and it may in fact be mitigated by what Mr. Nucci said, which is we can consider eliminating crawl spaces and do slab on grade, in which case the blasting would be lessened, or the possibility of blasting would be lessened. So blasting isn't a reason to deny the application. It can be, and we're happy to address that through an appropriately worded condition. The claims that the property and the design of the development doesn't fit architecturally with the surrounding neighborhood or the traditional single-family residential development in the neighborhood. Well, there's an element of subjectivity to architecture. I think we can all agree. But, and I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is that we have an advisory board of a number of very skilled and respected architects that we presented this project to. And I trust them, as should everybody in town. They are concerned with the very area of nervousness that people have. Are we going to get an eyesore here? First of all, there's only one new building that is going to be visible from the street. ACA has made comments. We are in the process of reacting to them and will continue to react to them. But let's let ACA be the judge of what is architecturally consistent with that neighborhood. The chairman of ACA, Chairman Ardolino, at our meeting already had said the buildings that Mr. Nucci designed belong in that area. Matt Williams, another well-known, respected architect whose office is across the street from the site, specifically said, this is a great project. I think everyone on that board, from what I heard, and of course, they're going to make their recommendation to you formally, but they all thought it was a great project in a can't miss location. So let's let ACA do their job and determine what's architecturally consistent and harmonious here. I mentioned the alternatives of Island Avenue and Academy School. You know, those are wonderful ideas. I might even tend to agree with people, but they're not our application. The historic character of the site. An important difference between this project and the General's Residence project is the fact that the historic home on this site is being preserved and maintained, something that was not able to be done on the General's Residence site. Now, I happen to think the General's Residence site is a great project. I continue to like it. I continue to like the options that it provides, and it's obviously desirable based on their marketability. We think this project will do as well, if not better. And in addition to preserving and maintaining the Ledges home, we're also maintaining the beautiful stone walls on the site. I was quite frankly shocked by a letter from the Madison Historical Society, which of course owns a piece of property across the street, that I think they're opposing the project, although I'm not quite sure because the letter talks about the historic district, which of course this site is not located in our historic district. But the fact that this development is, and the professional team has gone to such lengths to maintain, preserve, and protect the Ledges home, something that couldn't happen at the General's Residence site, it defies logic to me why the Madison Historical Society would have an issue with the project. If they don't like the building that is visible from the street, they can, like ACA did, make constructive criticism about what that looks like. And we will react and we will respond to that to make sure it does fit in with the architecture and fit in with the history of the site. The project is a really good example of historic preservation in my mind, and the modest and subtle increase in dwelling units here. We already have 2 dwelling units. We want to put 7. So we're putting 5 dwelling units in an area of town so that a few more residents can enjoy that neighborhood. And I think that is really a modest ask here. The other areas of opposition come from impact on wildlife, wetlands, noise, traffic, stormwater runoff, septic problems. Letters come in and just raise those points sort of in abstract. Well, let's let our system and the components of it do their job. Wetlands will be dealt with and is being dealt with by wetlands. Septic, not within your purview, has to be dealt with through the Madison Health Department and the state of Connecticut Department of Health. If we can't satisfy the Department of Health or the state Department of Health, we can't get a building permit and we can't build the project. It's not an issue for planning and zoning. Wildlife, noise, light, this perhaps is one of the most bothersome parts of the bases of opposing the project. This property has 170 plus or minus frontage on the Boston Post Road. It is the main thoroughfare through the center of one of the very few commercial areas in our town. If you didn't know where the site was and you read some of these opposing letters, you would think we were building something in the middle of a forest, talking about bobcats and somehow we're going to destroy wildlife and create noise and traffic. You live on Boston Post Road. Of course there's noise and traffic. This site lends itself to the small cluster development because people want to live near noise, traffic, and activity. Be able to walk, to have that type of social interaction. But the location of the site and perhaps to me the area of opposition that strikes home is the sense, if you will, that, you know, this is just not the right site. For whatever reason, I can't put my finger on it, but it's not the right site. Well, I would say to you that the Plan of Conservation and Development, the minutes of the meeting when you enacted 3.12, basically that ship has sailed. You've made the decision that this area is precisely where we want small cluster development. We've only had one other application and the commission has granted it, rightfully so, on the general's residence. This is the second application under that regulation. I think that what we have here, and in my effort to try to understand why there's such vocal opposition to what I consider to be a very tasteful, thoughtful, professionally designed, and modest increase in density on a site, all while maintaining historic buildings, stone walls, and site. I think what we really have here is a reaction to the small cluster development and what you purposely intended to bring about by enacting it. And with that, and to that, I say, well, what could these neighbors have done to, if they really didn't like the result of this type of development ending up in this very location of our town? What could they have done? Well, they could have done a lot. First, the Plan of Conservation and Development, which directs this type of development to occur in the location where we're proposing, is a document that anybody, any owner in town can make a request to your commission to change. So a group of neighbors could just as well have come before you, requested a change to the Plan of Conservation and Development and said, hey, you know what? This area across the street from the Muse and from the library is an area that's off limits. We don't want any small cluster development there. And we want the Plan of Conservation and Development changed to reflect that. They did not do that. A second option, like many projects that I've been associated with, that many developers have, sometimes the regulations, I think, bring about issues that need to be altered. So regulation amendments, map amendments are routinely proposed and considered by your commission. So the people in the area could just as well have made an application to amend our regulations and section 3.12 to limit its application to areas that they thought were off limits. They could have done that. The regulation's 3 years old. We went through the whole process of the general's residence. Despite all of that, and many of the neighbors were actively involved in that. Despite all of that occurring, I haven't seen one request for changing the Plan of Conservation and Development to your commission. I haven't seen one request to either alter section 3.12 or add modifications to it as to where it should be implemented. But if you allow a group of people to say, we don't want this small cluster development here, you are essentially saying that they did modify the plan of conservation and development. And they did make a regulation change to section 3.12. Because if you deny the application on those grounds, you're really saying to yourself, we're going to ignore what we did. We're going to ignore that we passed 3.12. We're going to ignore that we felt that the plan of conservation and development literally directed us to pass such regulation. So they're asking you to pretend that the sections don't exist, those in the plan of conservation and development and the small cluster regulation, at least not in their neighborhood. That's what they're asking you. So at the end of the day, what we have is a project that meets the regulation, and it meets it and brings about a project that was specifically called out for by the plan and by the enactment of section 3.12. I will end on my comments by saying that I am all for people voicing their opinion and their opposition to an application for any legitimate grounds. But this is, I think, the second application where I've seen and read comments and attacks on people that, as a citizen of Madison, not as an attorney for the applicant, but as a citizen, that I'm embarrassed at people's behavior. I don't understand why applicants need to be attacked in order to make a point. If you don't like the project, God bless you. Voice your opinion, specify the reasons why. But directing venom toward the applicant and her family is something that needs to stop. Not just on this application, but on any application. I thank you for your attention. I hope that we can resume this next month. Again, I want to say that Mr. Anderson's comments that we received late yesterday, as well as the specifics of a number of letters of opposition and the specifics of the intervention complaint, the reports that were filed with it, we do and will have more formal response to between now and when we resume the public hearing. So with that, our team will be happy to answer your questions or respond to any comments that you might have.
Thank you, Attorney McCann. And for some magical reason, we're at 9:28 when I talked about 9:30 earlier. I would like to, at least for, let's say 15 minutes, or for 15 minutes, entertain questions that any of the commissioners may have for the applicant or any of his experts. And then maybe I'll touch base with Attorney Ainsworth, but I'd like to draw the meeting to a close because it's going to be certainly continued. And I would hope everybody who's interested tonight will be interested a month from now. I sincerely hope they do. And that's the situation. So right now, does anybody have any questions like to ask of the applicant in this panel? Just raise your hand. No one on the commission? There we go. Jim Madison.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had two questions. One is with the garages that will support the main building, will there be man doors?
There are no man doors currently shown on those, but we could certainly add those to the sides for each one of those.
I'm just thinking that anybody that's, garage doors opening, closing. Okay, so the answer is no, there aren't. And then number two is with regard to maintaining the exteriors, is there a plan to be a homeowners association that would be responsible for maintaining of the exteriors of the buildings, or will that be left to each homeowner?
There will, I think I can answer that. Commissioner. There will need to be a association of some type. It does depend in part upon whether it is actually a planned community or whether it is a condominium or some other form of ownership of the site. But the idea is that the exterior that is particular to 2 units. So for instance, the Ledges house would have 2 unit owners. The expenses of maintaining expenses particular to that house would be shared by at least 2 owners. Or it could be structured that as other condo and planned unit developments are structured, that the exterior of everything on the site, including lawns and grounds, et cetera, are shared by all of the unit owners because they all have an equal interest in making sure that they're preserved and maintained. So the answer is yes, there would be some type of association or restrictions or agreement that all of the owners in the development would be subject to, and the costs of maintenance preservation would be shared.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Yes, Commissioner Mathers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Ott, if I could. Mike, it's been some time since you spoke, but I wrote a note here that there was a retention system that's designed to contain the first 1 inch of storm runoff. And I guess I'm curious to know, how often is there more than 1 inch of storm runoff, and where would that additional runoff go, and how is that compared to the existing conditions of runoff water?
So, hi, John. So what I said, I think, was that what we've shown on the plans now is handles water quality. We have shown a system on the plans that will retain the runoff generated from a 1 inch rainfall event. In Connecticut, that is commonly accepted to be 90-ish% of the rainfall events that we have. There are, of course, greater rainfall depth events. There are no controls on that site today for either the water quality rainfall events, the small depth events, 1 inch and less, or larger rainfall events when it really rains. We are looking at reviewing the town's regulations to see whether this type of development warrants some type of stormwater management system that would address rainfall events greater than 1 inch. And when we submit our new information to the wetland agency and to the commission that I mentioned earlier, we will have an answer for that.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, I guess we'll wait for the wetlands report. I do have another question, if I may, for Mr. Hosley. And I thought your presentation was very interesting, by the way. I feel like I could pass a certification to be a blast expert almost. But how often is there an error or miscalculation in your field that results in unintended results? And how would a neighbor or how would someone be protected from some unintended result? I noticed that you carry $5 million worth of insurance. I think that was the figure that was listed. Is there any recourse for a neighbor? And how would a neighbor prove, for example, if they had a crack in their basement wall, that it was the result of your blasting? I'm just curious as to how all that works out.
Well, John, you've asked multiple questions there.
I guess, sorry.
If you'd like to start from the beginning one at a time, I'd be happy to answer them. But at this point, our focus was to assess whether or not blasting can occur and to establish a blast plan to meet those requirements. Part of the pre-blast plan includes a policy or an interest in conducting pre-blast surveys. Pre-blast surveys often identify what materials are used, what construction materials are used in a structure adjacent to a site, and will help support certain vibration limits. For example, if an older home had horsehair plaster, which is essentially what the state has accepted as a vibration limit, that house would be more prone to that limit than if it was a concrete structure, for example, for like a DOT concrete structure, that sort of thing. Does that answer your question? Do you have another part to that?
Yes, I mean, I guess I'm just curious. In your line of work, how often do errors happen?
So that's a question that I avoided initially. So with that thought, I contacted the fire marshal's office in Madison, and I asked, how many permits have you issued for blasting? And I think I noted there were 48 in the last 10 years. And I asked how many were revoked, and they said none. If you have an accident, the state's policy is your license is revoked, the permit is revoked. That has not occurred in Madison, although they did investigate one damage incident that was between apparently, and I don't know the details, the blasting contractor and the homeowner who hired the blasting contractor.
Yeah.
With regard to insurance, in order to obtain a blasting permit, one must present an insurance certificate to the town in which he or she is working. That would essentially be the fire marshal's office. And in terms of my insurance, $5 million is a requirement for the Department of Transportation, the federal government, and the state of Connecticut. Certain contractors prefer to have more or less insurance or more insurance, depending on what their own requirements or liability may be.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. We share the same name, so that's my middle name, Mather.
Oh.
Ron, you're muted.
Any other questions at this moment from the
We
commission?
have Dr. Hay and Peter Roos.
Dr. Hay, please.
Hi, yeah, my question is also about blasting. Is the proposed blasting site just going to be in the rear of the property, or are there any other proposed blasting sites, like for the garages under the main house or for that front carriage house?
That's a great question. And I have identified various sites of exposed rock on site. The one I brought to attention initially was the crown in the driveway, which needs to be lessened by 3.5 feet. We do not have any test borings at that location to determine if rock blasting needs to occur, or if in that distance of 100 feet where there is a 0-foot cut to a 3.5-foot cut to a 0-foot cut, blasting will take place. My second reference was to carriage house number 2, which was in the southwest corner of the property. And you can see that the exposed rock face is within a short distance to the existing stone wall. What that is exactly, I'm not certain. I believe it's between 10 and 15 feet. And depending on the design outside the building of carriage house number 2, there may or may not be much blasting in that area to install a building on grade, slab on grade, or a footing associated building with a crawl space underneath, if you will. The third location that sticks out in mind is the northeast corner of the existing Ledges estate. where the sanitary sewer lines would migrate from the rear of the property to the front of the septic system. Mike Ott and I have had several conversations about that area, and I have persuaded him to consider moving various pump and receptacle areas outside of that ledge, because forced sewer mains can be put in a shallow depth of burial as opposed to trying to get a gravity feed septic line through that hillside down into the northern frontal septic area. There will be some rock excavation there. And I was pleased to see during my investigation that there are prominent joints in that area that would almost allow and may allow an excavator to actually pick out the blocks of ledge where that shallow forced main is planned and designed. Above and beyond that, I'm not familiar with any areas specifically that rock removal will take place. I hope that answers the question, Doctor.
Peter Roos?
Yes, thank you.
Ron, I'm going to withdraw my question because Dr. Hay just asked it.
Thanks, Peter. Does anybody have a compelling question right now? Because I would like to give Attorney Ainsworth an opportunity, if not ask any pending or important questions he wants to ask right now, or make any comments.
Ron, I think I saw Joel motion.
Okay, Joel, last question.
Yeah, I was gonna ask something, and then you said compelling, Ron, and it was more of a curiosity question, so I'll pass. I'll yield some time to Attorney Ainsworth.
Thank you, Joel. Attorney Ainsworth, you have any questions or any comments you care to make?
We've been going quite a bit of time, and I have pages and pages of notes. So I would not be able to comment on all of the things I'd like to comment on. So I would ask the indulgence of the commission to allow us to continue our presentation to the next meeting.
Absolutely.
But I will say just briefly, in 30 years of practice, I've never seen an applicant act as the applicant and the public, then answer himself, and then tell the commission what to think about all that. We haven't heard from the public. I mean, yes, there have been letters submitted, but there's a lot of people waiting here. And I thought it was extraordinary that the assumption were that these folks who are waiting to speak and the intervener would be characterized and then responded to before they had a chance to address the commission. But that having been said, we have a team of experts. We have someone to comment about blasting. We have Steve Trinkus, an engineer who is present tonight. Unfortunately, I won't call him on because he's got a presentation to do. And we also have a certified wetland scientist who has identified wetlands and those issues. George Logan from REMA Environmental, who I know is recently, both of them have recently testified before you. In addition to which, I have a series of comments I'd like to make about the project. But I won't go into the full presentation, but I would like to make a few comments. First of all, as you know, I'm Keith Ainsworth. I'm a local attorney. I have offices in New Haven, but relocated to Madison for the pandemic. And I too am very interested in the community. But more importantly, it's not about me. I represent a number of clients who are specifically for the intervention. I represent William and Laura Downs, but for the larger group of people who are in opposition, it's a growing group, but right now it numbers 21 neighbors and residents. And I think you'll find that they're not as irrational or uninformed or under misimpressions as was represented. I think they're very cognizant of what the rules are, of what the science is, and of what this application says. And I think I'll give you a preview that The applications spent a lot of effort with a lot of very attractive diagrams and pretty pictures with colors and photographs. What it didn't spend a lot of time on was the specifics. In that last round, you asked Mr. Hosley, you know, where the areas are blasting, and he said, you know, we haven't done test pits here, so we don't know if there's rock there. I would think they'd want to know that if they're doing blasting, and that's a concern that they're concerned about. Second, there's a lot of things missing from the application. If you look at Mr. Trinkus's report, which was submitted with the intervention, he points out that there was a great deal of information missing about stormwater calculations, about the calculations of buildable area, about coverage. These are the fundamental requirements for this project. And yet it's being represented to you that this project meets all these things, but they haven't provided you with the calculations to prove that. That's their burden. It remains their burden. It will never be the intervener's burden to do that. However, we are prepared to show you that there is a calculation that the buildable area on this lot is much smaller than is necessary necessary for 7 units to go in. We also have some calculations about steep slopes. And there's also a question of whether this project even is allowable because it doesn't meet the 500-foot setback from the adjacent zone. We have a lot of information that we will present to you. It will be very specific. It will be backed up by experts. And I will submit a fair amount of that information before the next meeting. But my clients will also be able to speak to a lot of those points. Like I said, I think the application speaks much more by what it doesn't present than what it does. It obviously presents to you beautiful architectural renderings. What it doesn't say is how it is not disruptive of the neighborhood. You will hear from the folks in the area who will tell you that it is disruptive. And I'll give you a simple example of that, which is that you've got 7 units. It's supposed to be a cluster of units that form a coherent unit. Well, the ones in the back probably qualify as a cluster, but the house in the front doesn't. It's separate from the others. It's not a cluster. It's a single unit all on its own. It's an extra unit that was put in there to maximize the development on the site. In addition, that house, for example, is facing sideways. All of the other houses on that road face the street. This one faces sideways. So in that regard, you've got a structure that doesn't meet or doesn't speak to the architectural vernacular of that neighborhood. In addition, I think it was a bit of a cheap shot to talk about the condo thing. Yes, people who aren't land use lawyers who don't do common interest community developments don't understand that the term condo is a layman's generic term, but it does have a meaning to most people, which is it's that common interest community that is densely clustered together, which is not what this neighborhood is. These are mature, beautiful, large homes with large lawns in front, and the large lawn in front, which they presented to you, is going to have a house on it now. So there are a lot of changes, but we've been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes, and I don't think I'm going to be at my best this evening. I think at the next meeting, I will be prepared to respond to the application. You'll get a coherent presentation, and I think a respectful presentation from the public as well. I don't think, actually, there was one thing I definitely wanted to respond to. There was this statement that there should stop being a tax on the family of Ms. Whitehead. I can assure you I have not done that myself, and I don't know any of my clients who have done that. Obviously, they have put signs on their lawns. Yes, that's their First Amendment right. And yes, they've taken out ads in the paper and they have made their voices known. They have tried to bring attention to the issue, which resulted in people coming here. But I don't think anyone has made this about the people. This is about the project, and it will always be about the project. But with that, I will end here and let you all go on with your business this evening. And thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ainsworth. And I would say that based upon the notes you took, you probably need a little time to recover from the writer's cramp you obviously developed. So I think this might be a good breaking point because it sounds like you have a presentation to make that will take some time, and you'd like some chances, I think, to weave in some of the things you heard tonight. Like I said, no matter what we did, we wouldn't. I suppose we wouldn't want to. We want to hear from every member of the public who wishes to speak, to write. I'm sorry they didn't get their opportunity tonight or to ask their questions, but I assure you they will. And we're going to have to wait till April 15th. I guess the good news is that's not tax day. They extended that to May 15th, maybe because of our hearing schedule.
Ron,
But-
I noticed before you stop, John Cunningham had his hand raised. I don't know if he had something quick to add.
Yes, Mr. Cunningham.
No, I did not have my hand raised. My
Oh.
presentation is finished.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
I might have hit the button by accident, Dave.
No problem.
Okay.
with that, I would entertain a motion to continue the public hearing for one of the commission members. Anybody willing to do that?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I assume not. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you, everyone. And again, thank you to all the faces who I don't see on the screen tonight for being with us, and I hope to see you on the 15th. Marlene Kennedy has.
Can you please tell me who made the motion and who seconded?
I made the motion.
Elliot?
Yes.
And Elliot made the motion, correct?
And who
Yes.
seconded it?
Yes.
I seconded it.
John Mathers, yeah. And it was unanimous. So with that, this hearing will be continued on April 15th. Thanks again, everyone. Faces and non-faces. We'll see you in a month.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, our last hearing item tonight is application 21-04 DVD. It's at 40 and 48 Wall Street, map 38, lots 36 and 38. The D district of the DVD. The owner is White Rabbit LLC. The applicant is William Plunkett. It's a site plan review application to permit a 30 by 60 frame tent to be utilized for standalone seasonal pop-up restaurant. Additionally, permission is being sought to hold a total of 6 outdoor movies and live music events one night per week. So I see Mr. Plunkett on the screen. Mr. Plunkett, good evening. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I ate late, so I didn't have to wait for anything here. I can assure you this has nothing to do with blasting. I can assure you that. What I'm looking to do is similar to last year with the COVID, where I was able to put up a 30 by 60 sort of interim tent just to help with the vacancy we had because of the COVID restrictions. But it did very well. So we're hoping to do it again this summer. With the caveat that I wanted to do a sort of a pop-up barbecue restaurant. So to take off some of the strain out of Moxie and just to supplement the seating that we might otherwise be losing because of COVID. We're still down. Even this Friday, I guess they're opening up 100%. That pretty much means nothing to us. Sorry, I cut my hand pretty good. That means nothing to us because we still have the separated distance, which supersedes the capacity. So we'll be in the 50% and maybe less throughout the summer and maybe longer. Our bar still is not this is any concern. I'm just trying to explain to you why I'd like to do this. Just besides it just being an interesting and fun thing to do for the town. We just don't have, if Moxie can fit 120 people at any given night, at best, we can do 60. Our bar represents 40% of our business, and we have no bar standing, half the bar stools. It's almost untenable. but we're surviving, but it's not particularly easy. So although this has nothing to do with this application, I'm sort of showing you my point of view. So the idea is to do this 30 by 60 semi-permanent tent to go up in like May 15th, June 1st, something like that, and stay up until October 15th, late October, maybe do Oktoberfest kind of thing out there, and then take it down either Halloween or November 1st or something like that. We would have most of the food would be cooked inside at Moxie, and some of it would be cooked in a smoker outside near the tent. We'd have a service bar in the tent or near the tent. Really the crux of it is adding, as far as the site is concerned, because people are from last year are sort of used to looking at this tent. By the way, it's a low tent. It's not one of those pole tents, goes up like a circus tent kind of thing. This is a much lower frame tent. So I think the highest it is at any given point is maybe 14 or 15 feet. The eave going around is less than 8 feet. So it's not a particularly tall structure. So what we're doing is taking the front lawn just off of Wall Street that is now currently grass, and adding 15 spaces plus handicap, so 16 spaces altogether, which would be cut into the existing lawn. It would be processed stone. It's not meant to be hard surface macadam or blacktop or concrete or anything like that. It's meant to be just sort of I'll say informal, but not particularly. It won't be a hard surface, straight up. And then there'll be lawn space. You guys have a plan in front of you? Anybody? Can you see that all right?
I can. What are you pulling up, Mike's plan, Bill, or do you want me to pull up your original plan?
Can you do that online?
Yeah. Which one? Do you want the one that Mike submitted or the one that you submitted originally?
Can you see that if I do that or no?
Here, let me do this.
Well, you could submit up. Yeah, that's fine. I haven't learned how to do that yet. Yeah, it's slightly different than that, but fair enough.
Well, that's what I asked you. Do you want me to pull up Mike Ott's plan?
No, this is fine. This
okay.
is. We picked up a couple spaces over here on the front between Wall Street and the tent, just by Mike being more efficient with his drawing than I was. The darker buildings are the existing buildings, what's there. The square, the rectangle in this middle is the actual tent. So you can see the additional parking we're doing. Like I said, it won't be permanent. It won't be like I said, a hard surface. As well, so the tent will be serving food from the barbecue area itself, drinks from service bar. What else? I think the crux of it is really the parking, other than having the tent there semi-permanently. I think we're short. How many spots are we short, Dave? Parking wise?
That's why I pulled up the plan before.
You want to pull up Mike's? Yeah.
Zoom in on this freaking thing. I think Mike's on here. Is Mike still on here? He can pull it up probably easier. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, I am here, Dave.
Can you pull your plan up, Mike?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll look for it.
There you go. Yeah, Mike's plan is clear. So Mike, that parking is like, as Dave would say, geometrically feasible?
Yeah, yes, yes, there, it's laid out, it meets Madison's, most towns, parking stall dimensions, 9 by 18. The reserve spaces, the 2 reserve spaces meet those requirements, which are set forth in the state building code. And I think we have a count here. I guess we have 8 and 7 here, 7 here, and 3 behind this house.
So the parking, the 7 spaces would handle the existing building in front and the apartment in back. I think it still might be shy a couple spaces. The second floor of 40 Wall Street, which is the building in front there, needs 2 spaces for the apartment and roughly 5 spaces for the first floor for a simple retail use or office use. It's 1 space for every 250 feet. I think it's like 1,300 feet, something like that. So that's 7. And then there's the unit above the garage, which is the rectangle building just behind the parking. So that's a 2 more spaces. The spaces behind, there's 3 spaces behind that smaller house that takes care of that small house parking plus 1. So there's an additional space back there. I guess the question I would have is where the employees park. And I can tell you what I do at Moxie right now is that they can't park at the restaurant, nor for that matter, they can't park on the street. Sometimes they do, but they're not supposed to. They're supposed to park either at the post office or at the old train station at the end of Wall Street. There's ample parking there. And that's exactly what I would do here. The staff would be sort of going back and forth between Moxie and this space anyway. So we wouldn't really be adding that, maybe 2 or 3 more employees to work at the tent. As far as the movie is concerned, we had a couple last year and it went off without a hitch, except one we had in a rainstorm. So we had to put it underneath the tent. But those are well received. The COVID thing was not a non-issue. People just respected the setbacks. And that's been our experience at Moxie all along. We've had 0 cases, and that's because we play by the rules and we adhere to them. The same thing was the case and will be the case with the parking, with the movie situation. That's all I can think of right now. I'm sure I'll think of something else, but if you have any questions. You guys hear me?
Ron, you're on mute if you're talking.
Yeah, there you go. That's better.
Well, I'd like to see the screen come down or the drawing for the moment, so we can see who might raise their hand. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Plunkett? I have a couple. You operated the tent last year as an adjunct to Moxie.
Mm-hmm.
What makes the additional parking necessary this year?
Well, I'd be happy not to do it. I sort of saw this coming with a more permanent, semi-permanent space with a tent. Last year, we weren't sure how it was going to fly. And to sort of come clean, it was my decision and conferring with Dave as far as adding this additional parking on the lawn. If you'd rather me not do it, I'd be happy to rather not do it.
Well, I'm just trying to educate myself because if I remember from last year, with the COVID regulations and things, and this goes back to what was done in town, that the governor allowed outdoor seating, and it was a way to help restaurants compensate for the fact they couldn't allow anybody in their buildings, but it was to get them, close to as close to capacity as they could. So assuming you have a capacity of Moxie of, what did you say, 140?
No, that's just a guess.
All right, well, whatever that number is.
It's 120, call it.
Your business was approved with parking. There may have been a waiver or something, but for those number of seats with that number of parking spaces. So it seems like now you're trying to increase the size of Moxie under a tent. You need more parking because you're going to have more seats than you have accounted for in the actual building. Is that a correct assumption?
No, I don't think so. I'm not trying to increase Moxie. This is supposed to be a standalone, event, a place. So,
if COVID were to restrictions, we're going back to 100%, but I understand the spacing problem. But if that were to go away, would you still operate the tent?
Sure. I mean,
Okay. We're looking at a distinct expansion of the business long term.
I guess so. You can look at it that way.
Okay.
There are two separate properties, so that's my take. One's 52 Wall Street and one's 40 Wall Street.
Well, but I think if we have two separate businesses, we run into all kinds of problems with restrooms and licenses and all other kinds of things.
Okay.
But I think my biggest problem is the fact of the parking in the front yard is is clearly not allowed in section 8.4 of our parking regulations. And to take the only, Wall Street, which is, I don't even think arguably one of the prettiest streets in town,
Mm-hmm.
and on one building decide we're going to put a parking lot in the front yard, I find difficult to accept. And I think ACA the other night maybe glanced over it because they were looking at the tent and they're really interested more in buildings. But how do you justify taking a front yard on Wall Street and turning it into a parking lot? It just bothers me.
Because it's because I don't think it's without reason to be able to do that. I don't think it affects the aesthetics of the property. I could do it. I could have a big building. I could move the tent up front if you'd like, but then I have to regrade the whole property.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with
the
it.
point of
Me
discussion.
personally, you do.
What I'm saying is that section 8.4 does not permit front yard parking. And we've gone to great lengths over the years to drive parking in the center where we can to the rear of buildings, so we have more of a streetscape. This is clearly not in the spirit of that bill.
Okay.
So I raised the point, and the question is that appropriate?
That you'd have to answer that, quite frankly. It sounds to me like you have a problem with it. So if that's the case, then I'm open to solutions to another, scenario.
What do the other commissioners think about my thought? Anybody else have a comment about it? Joel Miller, I see your hand.
Yeah, I have a question. So how with the project, what does the parking consist of? Are you going to like a bituminous, or is it paint lines?
It's processed. It's processed simply because parking right on the grass and like tonight in the rain gets kind of mucky. Otherwise I'd park in. We parked in the front yard last year. There was, at any given time, 4 or 6 vehicles on that lawn. This would be slightly more formal, mostly just to get away from the muck.
Anyone else? Did I see a hand?
Yeah.
Commissioner Mathers.
Yeah. So, Bill, is this, you mentioned earlier, it's more of a permanent solution, but let me get an understanding of what it is that you're doing. Are you considering this an ongoing relief from the COVID restrictions? I mean, even though the governor, as of tomorrow, is releasing, is allowing there to be no restriction in a restaurant, it's still subject to social distancing, which pretty much means there are still restrictions on restaurant occupancy. So is this tent to alleviate the restrictions from COVID, or is this tent because you enjoyed doing it last year and you plan to continue doing it into the future?
I think it's a bit of both. I'm not sure your opinion on this, but my take on it is it'll never be the same. I'm not counting on our restaurant ever being full again. And this is to help, the financial burden of owning the restaurant, try to make money next door. It's also something in theory that you'd be allowed to do, albeit maybe not a tent, but it's a commercial use, it's downtown, commercial use. So yes and yes to your question. It maybe the COVID thing goes on for another 2 years, another year. I'd like to keep on doing it year after year unless it's not viable. Or you could say, listen, we'll give you a year to check it out. We'll see what happens. Kind of like what you did with the movies last year. We suggested 3 movies. We didn't do 3, but I'm open to that suggestion. If I move the tent up in front, I'd be significantly. I'd be completely redoing grade. There's a difference of like maybe 5 or 6 feet from the street down to where I otherwise have the tent as it stands right now. Mike will attest to that.
I don't think personally the tent adds much to this streetscape either. Right out on the.
Ron, would you rather me do nothing? Is that what you'd like me to do?
I didn't say that. I'm asking questions and trying to find, point out issues that I have. And the one was certainly parking, because that type of parking is not allowed as a right. And I just think that it's a detraction to all of Wall Street to have what equates to a parking lot right out on the street. It's the only building along Wall Street that has it. We're expecting a large application on Bradley Road for I think it's 30 units, all the parking in the rear by design and by regulation. And to think that somehow this was, to be allowed on this property. But it seems like to me, we're trying to create a new restaurant operation on a standalone, separately owned piece of property. In a temporary structure with no restrooms, with no kitchen, well, a barbecue, I guess. And, the concept was to provide relief from COVID, and I hope that played a part to help you. But to now think we can, it's a good move to permit it as a permanent part of the downtown landscape is a question I have in my mind.
Well, it's permanent to the extent that it's 4 or 5 months a year. It's not 12 months a year.
Year after year, and then it returns, the following year, unless we do something differently.
Right, but the tent doesn't. My point is the tent doesn't stay up all year.
Correct. Yeah, I understand you with that.
Well, so if we think that having the parking in front of the tent is not a good idea, or just that the tent period is not a good idea, but let's take the first scenario. I'd have to get a waiver for every seat and park on a street or share Moxie As it stands now, Moxie's parking lot is not full on any given night, not like it used to be.
Yeah.
Also, just to add some vibrancy downtown. It's just smelling the barbecue and events and it's just be an interesting, fun destination kind of thing for people to do.
I disagree with that part of it. But to make it a temporary, permanent part of the landscape, with that type of setup, I don't know. It's a question in my mind.
It's a valid one.
Carol has her hand raised, Ron.
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
I rode my bike by the site because I just wanted to get a better sense of it. And I wonder if it would be good for everybody to go and see it, because it's kind of a hodgepodge of buildings and with some open space. And I agree you don't want parking right on the street. But I didn't see that it was going to really be that impactful. You kind of go by it without even noticing it, in fact. But I don't know. So I'm just asking, maybe we should all go take a look.
Well, the tenant, it grades so steeply right now, 5 or 6 feet from the street, or 7 feet from the street, that the tent sort of disappeared almost. You didn't see, there wasn't a real roof line to look at because it wasn't a steep roof. And it is a hodgepodge. There's a bunch of different little buildings there. Short of like ripping, tearing the buildings on the smaller buildings there and doing something more permanent. I thought this was a good sort of interim thing to do. Maybe it's not.
What are your thoughts, folks, about a site walk? Worthwhile?
I think it might be helpful for people. When we're on the ACA meeting, even, some people, had a clear vision of what this property was like, and, were supportive of what took place last season. And then a few folks really didn't even notice it before. They didn't experience it. And so, I think it could be helpful to take a look at it.
Okay. All right. So maybe we can schedule something between now and our next meeting. Dave?
Yeah, we could easily do that, I think.
Is that okay with you, Bill?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay with you?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question, if I might.
Yes, absolutely, Joel.
As I recall in my mind's eye, and I think I see it on Mike Ott's plan, there's a pretty sizable tree right at the top of the lot there, right at the sidewalk, which has a pretty fair trunk, and it looks like it's not going anywhere on Mike's plan. So I think it would be interesting to see that and how much potential screening that could give to one's immediate reaction to maybe seeing a car there, because I recall in the summertime, when they had one of the events a couple summers ago with the beer tent, that the tree provided a lot of shade, and it provided actually a pretty good amount of screening for the rest of the lot.
It's a huge white oak tree. It's a beautiful tree. Not like those sugar maples that are taking a shellacking up and down the street there.
Yeah.
It does provide quite a bit of shade.
Ron, if we are talking a site walk, I would recommend that we consider trying to, both for Bill's benefit, but also in recognition of our regular meeting agenda next month. I mean, I'd like to see if we could slide Bill's application in to our planning meeting in 2 weeks, because I think that would be a fairer way to treat him, and I think we could probably figure out a date to do the site walk between now and then and entertain this rather than lump it in with everything else again.
I think that's a good suggestion, Dave.
I agree.
I think the other issue that I wanted to talk about, Bill, and we have time, maybe you can work your way into it with the movies. was, as I recall, the first movie, and may have been the last movie that I saw advertised was in the middle of August. It went from Elf originally when we first talked, and it became Jaws. I don't know whether there was a message there or not from you, Bill.
Yes.
And it occurred to me, and I did a little checking, you know, in the middle of August or so, the sun goes down around 8:17, 8:15, I mean, around, 7:45. Dusk is 45, 50 minutes later than that when you can show a movie outdoors, which would bring it to 8:30, 2-hour movie, 10:30. You start doing this stuff in the June timeframe when it gets dark around, sunsets around 8:45. You're not going to be able to start the movie till 9:30. And you're running deep into the night in a area that does have a share of residences. In fact, I think we received a letter of complaint today, didn't we, about the noise, Dave?
That was actually from a store owner.
The store owner?
Correct.
But I think that's a question that how do you manage that? I don't think it's appropriate to, whether it's one time or 6 times, to be having movies in what equates to a residential area that go on close to midnight.
Ron, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Just because this is something near and dear to my profession. That could be changed just by the projector you use.
And how close to sunset, Joe, could you?
Depending on the projector he used, he could run a movie in broad daylight. It would be
Don't put any
expensive. It would be expensive to use that projector, but depending on the lumen of the projector, he could literally run a movie before sunset if he wanted to.
Well, something to think about, Bill, over the next 2 weeks. How do you have it end at a reasonable hour during the long, around the summer solstice?
Yep.
That's one of the 6 dates.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question, John Mathers? What do you do at the wharf? Pardon me, at the wharf. I know the kids are out there 7:30. When does the movie start typically in the summer for you guys?
Yeah, we ran into a little bit of the same problem with the daylight, and because we didn't have a really high lumen projector, so we started movies around 8:30, but most of the movies that we ran were children's movies, so rarely did they run over 90 minutes.
I get that.
But yeah, I can remember nights where parents were like yelling at me, "Would you start the damn movie?"
I was there.
And I'd say the projector is on. It's on now. That's how we would tell whether we could start the movie or not. We'd turn the projector on, and when we could see an image, that we'd keep going with it. But yeah, it isn't it.
Well, it's a valid point. So it's maybe it's not practical. I don't know.
But it got easier. It got easier in August when the days got shorter. When we could start the movies earlier, for sure. I do have another question, if I could go back to the parking issue for a moment. I'm trying to remember, how did we deal with the parking issue last year?
We parked at Moxie, we parked on the street. We essentially shared Moxie and some supplemental parking. But if you really think about it, there's a lot of parking on that street between.
So why is parking an issue now? Why are we?
John, I think the reason for the parking is the Moxie parking, since Moxie wasn't at full capacity, all that parking wasn't necessary for the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
But going forward, if we have a fully operational restaurant and then we have a fully operational adjunct restaurant next door, the regulations require that there's parking to support those 2 uses. And so I think, Bill is going to be, or has asked as part of this application for a waiver of some of those spaces. And the commission in its review, you could figure out where that balance point is. I mean, if you're concerned about the aesthetics of the parking lot and you would weigh the benefit of a reduction in that versus, having him provide more parking.
And what are the hours of operation, Bill?
4:30 till 9:30.
So not daytime, mostly night.
I don't have it. I don't have the application in front of me, but it's something like that.
I'm going to say that Jim's been very patient with his virtual hand raised, and everybody keeps jumping him. So I'm gonna turn it to Jim.
Yeah, thank you. No, I just, this is going back to the site walk. I would like to go on the site walk because the question really is the parking, and I think it would really help to see what would need to be done with parking. Maybe nothing has to be done to accommodate what's desired there. The other thing is, if we do it, I'd like to, if possible, I'd like to do it before this coming Thursday. We're leaving Thursday, and I'd like to do the site walk. Unless we do it after I'm back, which is after April 3rd. Just a personal accommodation, that's all.
Yeah. Well, our planning meeting is the 1st, right?
Jim, I'll tell you what, if we can't organize it in time for you, I'm happy to arrange something just for maybe me and you to go out there, and Bill, if you could accommodate that, we could look at that.
All right, that'd be great. Thank you.
No matter what, we'll get you over there.
Okay.
Joel, your hand's up.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's for Dave. I guess Dave's probably the most appropriate person. Do I recall correctly that for things that happen after daylight hours, that the library parking is available for downtown parking?
Yeah, yes. So there is, yes, I think that's a very good point, Joel. There's new parking at the library that is publicly available parking. I mean, I guess I don't have a full appreciation for what the library hours are. I know they do have some, activities at night after the core of the library closes, but I don't think they're extensive typically. So I think we could look into that a little bit further, but I would assume there'd be some parking available at the library.
I didn't want to offer that up because I didn't know if that was private. I had no idea, but that's probably closer to any of them. The feeling with a lot of this parking, in my mind, is that it shouldn't be all easy parking. Like if you go to New York City, you park, you might walk 4 or 5, 6 blocks to go to the movies or go to the dinner or whatever. You should be able to park, behind the library or behind the post office, walk down the street and see what other retail people are selling or doing, sort of partake in the property, partake in the retail, other than just park behind the building, go in the restaurant, or go in some other space.
Yeah, or walk off the barbecue calories.
And in the near term, keep in mind that Moxie is not running or not be able to run at full capacity because of this is for this foreseeable future. There'd be freed up spaces that would normally be occupied because they're just not allowed to have as many people in there. And that happens to be 4:30 to 8:30, one of their prime periods. That would help. My biggest concern at this point, I think we can work our way around the parking. I just don't think it's appropriate to have a front yard parking lot on Wall Street that's in violation to begin with of our regulations, our zoning regulations. And
look at it, but is that part of
section 8.3?
Does that deal with all types of zones, commercial DVD, all that stuff?
As far as I read it, Bill, yes.
Well, I'm open to suggestions other than.
I have a suggestion.
Please.
I don't even think that's necessary. As somebody who goes out regularly, whether it be any of the venues in downtown Madison, just to Bill's point, I don't care where I park. If I want to go somewhere, I'm going to park wherever I have to park and walk there.
But Joe, I know you well enough. Your problem is remembering where you parked it when you leave.
This is true. That's why I put that thing on my phone so I could find my way back to my car at the end of the night.
But
But usually it's at the Madison Beach Hotel, so John just walks me out to my car.
I mean, I keep on harking back to Chester, where there is no parking other than that building behind there. And there's what, 3 or 4 restaurants down there, and they survive somehow. There's been other places with no parking and they suffer. But
No, your point's well taken. Okay, well, let's see. How does Saturday look for a site? Oh,
If it's this, I would like to move this forward as fast as possible. I'm willing to go this Saturday.
I, for one, cannot make it. I have COVID shot number 2.
Good for you.
So
I don't get to register until tomorrow.
well, I should say, I mean, it's at 10:30. So if I don't work, you can work around me. I can go when Jim goes with Dave.
You might be comatose by then.
But I mean,
I'm not going to be here for I'm not going to be here for the first anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter in terms of a vote. Maybe we could just close this tonight.
Okay.
I'm happy to take you privately. I'm happy to take each one of you privately. It doesn't bother me, whatever you want to do.
No, we have to be careful about, those types of get-togethers. Freedom of information, ex parte stuff. So we have to, does Saturday work for most of us? Raise your hand.
I can do Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon, anybody?
Works
No?
early.
Works.
I could
Early.
do early afternoon, but not mid-afternoon.
You want to do an early morning and another group a little bit later?
I could do an early morning, very early.
Yeah.
Not get a quorum together? Jim won't be here.
I can't do
Is there
Saturday,
Saturday?
but
Okay,
familiar enough.
okay.
I may not need to go on the site. I'm pretty familiar with the site.
And that's something we could all do ourselves, I suppose. It's.
Yeah, we really could,
I don't know
Ron.
where it is.
Yeah, I can do it myself. I mean, I know where it is.
I mean, I rode by it today just in anticipation of this meeting.
Well, would it be helpful if Bill maybe just staked out the corners of the tent and maybe the corners of the parking area or in some way just to show it? And then you guys could just go by at your leisure and be able to kind of visualize it.
Good idea.
That's
Good
easy
idea.
enough.
Need to do
Is
it.
that all right with you, Bill?
Yeah.
John,
Yeah.
Mather, stand up.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Joe says because I was kind of getting at that. I'm not even sure why parking is an issue, particularly if it's going to be a nighttime operation. I think that there's street parking, there's post office parking, there's old train station parking, there's downtown parking, there's library parking. I'm not crazy about the parking on the lawn. I kind of agree that it's an eyesore and I'd rather not see it, but I'm not even sure why parking is an issue to begin with.
I hear you, John. I think the point is we have regulations on parking.
Yeah, so I just want to
Just
expand on what I
ignore
said.
them. We can't do that. We have to have some type of justification or solution. Am I right, Dave?
Yeah, I just want to expand on what I said earlier. You do have the ability to waive the parking requirement. So you have the ability if you feel they're excessive for the proposed use, meaning you feel like the timing of this operation doesn't warrant that much parking. If you feel like there's ample public parking in the vicinity, you could waive the requirements. And if you feel like there's some kind of shared, use between adjacent properties. So I think if the commission determined that they felt that the parking was, detracted aesthetically from the area, and that you felt it wasn't warranted, you could waive it entirely, if you felt it was appropriate. But
And
you
I
have-
think that's appropriate.
I
But I
agree.
think after we walk the site and look at it, we can decide in 2 weeks. And we have to come to some conclusion, John. We just can't ignore it, I guess.
No,
is what-
I'm not saying we ignore it, but that's why I asked Bill, is this a permanent thing or a temporary thing? If this is in response to COVID and trying to save or preserve a business, and we're talking about the 2021 season, then I would entertain the idea of waiving the parking restriction. Now, if this is going to be a permanent thing, and Bill, this is something you want to do from here on out, then I think that I would agree with Mr. Clark's assessment that, we got to talk about parking. We may have to talk about bathrooms, and we may have to talk about other stuff, but.
Okay, well, it's still March. I think that we can sort these things out, give Bill a chance to think through it. And in 2 weeks, we can resolve it. It's into April. What did you say, Bill, from mid to late May on?
Yeah, late, summer doesn't start until June 22nd, really. No matter what
Well,
you say, but yeah, May 15th.
That doesn't hamstring you too much. Dave?
No.
Well, yeah, so Ron, this was announced as a public hearing and there is an
I know that.
attendee. Yep, there's an attendee on, I think that wishes to make a comment, I reckon. So it's Nancy Karras who has
I was going to, when we finish with this dialogue, go to the
Perfect.
public. Thank you. So do we have any questions right at the moment, or can we hear from Ms. Karras? Ms. Karras, do you have a question?
Yeah, let me hold on one second. I just need to. Nancy, you might need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me, Dave?
Yep, we can now.
Great, thank you. Actually, no, I don't really have a question.
Okay.
Right now, I'm a little frustrated that I've been trying to comment for about 22 minutes with my hand raised in the Q&A.
The first part of it, if you were here for the other one, Nancy, I hate to feel like you were ignored, is the chance for the commission to have a dialogue with the applicant. Then when we're pretty much finished, then we ask the public to participate. So I'm sorry you didn't realize that.
Okay, I understand. I guess I didn't. So I live at 14 Willard Avenue. We've lived here for 23 years. I have a business that is adjacent to Bill Plunkett's property.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the proposal that he's proposing, actually, when I look at the impact of COVID on small businesses in our community and what the impact of small businesses in our community actually means, I think we need to take a bit of a step back and look at the big picture. And when we get mired in minutia, we're losing sight of what's really important. And I think when I look at what's transpired in our community in terms of people coming together and supporting small businesses, that has to continue. And when I leave my property, my store, which I own, Willow and Birch.
Oh, okay.
Every day,
Mhm.
I can see the traffic pattern and I see what happens on Wall Street.
There's plenty of.
There is plenty of parking. And whenever there has been an event on that grassy area, call it whatever you want, under the tent, even before COVID, it has done nothing but drive positive energy and people into the downtown area in a very healthy way. So I think we need to really take a look at what's the objective here. Like, what's our goal? Because if our goal is to actually energize downtown and help businesses that have been struggling with COVID thrive, then that's a very different question than I guess the conversation that I'm listening to right now.
Well, I respect, maybe you misunderstand where we're coming from. I think that is evidence what we dealt with last year with COVID in this particular piece of real estate was a concession to helping small business. What we're talking about doing right now is a concession to a degree to small business, and understanding that what reality is, as you point out. The issues we have are, okay, I think we talked about it, a way to work around the parking situation without putting a parking lot around Wall Street. I think what we have to deal with is what we're being approached with here is making this a permanently approved operation. And so it's post-COVID.
Well, it's not post-COVID.
We're looking at the big.
It's not post-COVID.
My husband and I.
I don't think we need arguments here.
No, but I'm just trying to point, where our minds are coming from, Nancy. So that's all. I don't think we disagree at all with what you're saying. At least I don't. I certainly.
Yeah,
agree with
Ron,
what
I
you're
think maybe I took your comment as post-COVID as this application is being requested beyond what we might anticipate the effects of COVID to be. Not that Ron was saying that we're post-COVID now. I think he's saying, Bill is asking for permanent approval that would extend beyond.
So is permanent, because maybe then I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Is permanent meaning forever or is permanent meaning near future? I don't understand the
So
definition.
when someone requests a site plan approval through the Planning and Zoning Commission, that approval is in perpetuity. It's a forever approval. So if we don't condition anything or have any other parameters around this approval, it's approved. And so 40 years from now, 50 years from now, there could be a tent on the site with a pop-up restaurant. So
is it an all or none zero sum game?
I
If
don't
this is
understand the
approved?
question.
I mean, I don't know, like, is it amended maybe for the next, like, for this season, and then we reevaluate? I mean, it's sort of a plan, do, study, act, right? I mean, the future's uncertain. We have businesses in our town that are suffering, and anything that drives a positive vibe and drives, like, people are suffering. And so if we can provide an opportunity for people in a healthy way to actually get together in an outdoor space that drives business and drives vitality into our downtown area. So maybe it's a 12-month thing. So maybe in light of COVID, it doesn't need to be for the next 40 years or forever. Maybe there's some sort of a, I don't know, like you reevaluate it after a year.
So Nancy, I think that's exactly what we're dealing with. What I'm explaining to you is what the request was. So the request did not ask for temporary approval for 12 months. The request asked for approval for this going forward. And so the commission certainly has the ability, and Bill, working with Bill, and to identify what that time period should be. So it's not an all or nothing thing. I think the commission is going to be working with Bill to try to achieve a good outcome. So
I think that was all of our intention from the onset with the proviso, as you say. Now we get into after we view the site and look and talk about it a little bit, should it be conditionally approved for 1 year? It was conditionally approved for last year, and there's no reason we can't try and help and do that part because it was successful. But it was requested to do it ad infinitum, and we're not sure at this point whether that is exactly the best course of action.
So, and I totally understand that. I guess as an outsider looking in, that wasn't the impression that I was getting from this conversation.
Okay.
And trying to chime in for 30 minutes was frustrating for me.
Were you watching this from the beginning, Nancy?
I have been logged on to this since 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay, so you heard Dave's explanation of how a public hearing operated. In that the applicant makes their presentation, and then at that point, the commission asks questions and has a dialogue with the applicant. And when that is finished, then we ask the public to ask their questions and make their comments. So you weren't being ignored, and I'm sure you were anxious. It is getting a little bit late and you've been on the phone for a long time, but it was not, that was the next step. And I'm sorry you waited so long for that step to be taken, but it wasn't done to exclude you or not take to heart what you had to say and what you have to say.
No, well, thank you for clarifying, because the whole Zoom thing is a little bit different than participating live, in person at a meeting.
Nancy, if it was live, it would have been the exact same way.
Well, we would have seen your hand in the audience, maybe.
You would have yelled at us sooner. It would have get our attention much quicker.
Or you would have started throwing things at us or something.
Tomatoes.
So I apologize for your frustration, but it was not to exclude the public. It was just we hadn't got to that point yet.
Point
Are there
taken.
and are there any, don't leave, Nancy. Are there any other members of the public, Dave, that are,
No one with their hand raised at the moment.
would anybody like to raise their hand?
Yes, we have Lorraine Lupone.
Ms. Lupone, good evening.
Lorraine, you may need to unmute yourself. There you
Can
go.
you hear me now?
We can.
Good evening.
Good evening. I have very mixed feelings about the conversation with a tent, not knowing what time the patrons would begin, what time they leave. I did have the experience of hearing this from my home last summer. I don't know about as I said, the timing. I questioned the parking. I think there is sufficient parking I'm not in favor of the parking on the property. I think it diminishes Wall Street. There's plenty of other options for that. I wonder how many days he would be open for this late night activity. Because it is noisy and the noise on the street does extend beyond the activity or the dinner or the movie. This might be been in my experience since last year. And what about alcohol? If it's outdoors, do they bring their own alcohol? Is there that issue? I have questions.
Okay, well, Bill, why don't you try and answer the questions, and Ms. Lupone ask more of Mr. Plunkett, along the way.
It'll be open Thursday through Sunday, and I believe the hours are 4:30 to 9:30. I forget what I applied for, quite frankly. It won't be open Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Moxie is closed as it is at this point, Monday and Tuesday as it is. We may reopen Tuesday when the dust settles, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. As far as alcohol is concerned, you cannot bring your own in. You have to buy it from Moxie, and you have to be of age. At the movie last year, we had, we sold beer and alcohol, and there was no issues. You just whatever you implement inside is the same thing you do outside to keep minors from drinking. It's cordoned off, so there is a sort of an in and out kind of thing. So you're just not. Kids are just going in and out as they see fit. What was the other question? I can't remember. There's food, hours, days,
Parking.
parking. If you tell me not to do parking there, I'd be as happy as you. Trust me. I don't want to put it there anywhere near it. I'm just reading a regulation, which I've been done several times about this kind of thing. It's, as Dave said, it's requiring this type of parking. And by the way, that may be a separate conversation down the road to how you deal with the parking issues on sites, commercial sites, period, because it does really tie your hands as to what you can do with these particular properties, particularly if there's ample parking in the area. So as far as that
I think that was
concerned,
what Lupone said. What I see with terms of the noise, so to speak, the issue, it's a three-legged stool. You have the pop-up restaurant hours and the noise that emanates from that issue or question. Then you have movies and the noise of the hours. And then thirdly is the music, one night a week. So what are the hours or how are those things play into it, Bill, for Ms. Lupone's benefit?
well, first off, the movies would be on Monday or Tuesday night when the restaurant's closed anyway. So whatever impact, and the tent is closed. So it would be the least impactful of any of those events. The tent will be open 1 day less, 2 days less than the restaurant would be open. And the tent's hours will be not as long as the restaurant hours. The restaurant theoretically can stay open till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on the weekends, which we.
11 o'clock now, right?
Pardon me?
I think
Yeah,
there's
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock with the
I think so.
COVID.
Yeah, that's changing actually, but yes. We've always got people out of there at 10:30, 11 o'clock. We let them finish the night at Christie's, not in our place.
Yeah.
So to try to be respectful of what's going on in the neighborhood. As far as I know, in the 5-6 years we've been open, you could tell me differently, but I don't think we've had half a dozen complaints, about noise and what's gone up and down.
About the restaurant, I think, Ms. Lapone, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am.
What events are causing you are you noticing the noise from? Any one of those events in particular? Is it the music? Is it just the regular nights from last summer? What?
I'm aware of all of it. The
above?
Yeah, all of the above. The music tends sometimes to be quite loud. I don't know if it needs to be as loud as that is. Secondly, there's the aftermath where I hear them on the street, and then because on the other side of my house, near my bedroom, I hear the parking lot activity. So, and additionally, I just don't feel that the tent is appropriate on Wall Street. I understand the situation with COVID and that, but if there's some other way for the business to thrive, but to have that be a permanent installation going forward, I'd have to say I'm not in favor of that on Wall Street.
But you understand, firstly, the parking, the noise you hear at night, some of it may be from us. Some of it, the parking lot behind Cafe Alegre, it could be any number of things. And some of it probably is us. And the tent is not, let's say we could do it forever. It's not a permanent thing to the extent that it's taken down in late October and it goes back up in May or June. So it's not permanent to the extent that you're looking at it every single day, all year long.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Plunkett. It's just how I'm feeling about it right now.
You're valid points. Don't disagree.
Any other questions, Ms. Lapone? I appreciate very much your asking the questions and stating your position. Anything else that you'd like to express?
No, I've shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your sharing. We appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Is Nancy still on the line?
I am. So, Lorraine, I completely understand. I totally hear your concerns and where you're coming from, but I think that there's a way to actually modify. I think the issues are twofold. One is the tent, and maybe it's aesthetic or whatever it is, but the timing of events under the tent can be even earlier than what the restaurant is. And to be honest with you, I have 3 kids and they've all gone through college and Moxie, and I understand what goes on in the streets, in Wall Street and the neighborhood after they close. I've been there. But I think there's a way to separate the two. And I guess that's what I'm saying, because when you find a way to draw families, and that's what I loved about the movie night, and that is what, when they did the fundraiser under it wasn't even under the tent, on the lawn, it was the block party, the summer before last, that was probably one of the best events and family events in the 23 years we have lived here. that I have ever experienced. And the reason for that is because it drew people out. People were walking, there were families, it was safe, it was fun. And it didn't go into the middle of the night. It didn't go till midnight or 1 o'clock. It went till, I don't know, it was from, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, it was like a 1 o'clock to 8 o'clock event.
Yes.
We
had 1,500 people there.
Yeah. And so not only as a small business owner, but as a person who's raised their family here, that was truly one of the best events that we've ever experienced in town. And I don't think it has to go, having the tent there, I think you can separate out parking. There's plenty of parking. There's plenty of parking at night. I don't even think that's an issue, to be honest with you. Especially given the additional parking with the library. Nobody parks. There's nobody out downtown parking that you can't accommodate in the parking lot behind the library and with, behind the post office and the library. So personally, I don't think parking's an issue. And I think Lorraine's point is very well taken. You know, I don't live there. And I think there are people that live there, and the residential impact of noise is a factor. But I think there's a way to meld the two in a really positive way and a positive vibe for downtown. And I've seen it happen. So some sort of a compromise or working through the pluses and the minuses just seems to me the most advantageous way to approach this. And I don't think it's a yay or nay, but that's my experience from what I've seen, both as a business owner and as a resident and as a mother with 3 kids who, you know, you try to navigate the best you can for community. And it doesn't have to be something that goes, you know, all out with a band until midnight. And that's not what I'm hearing. But I think the more we can do to draw people outside in a safe environment as families, the better off we are as a community, and the better off we are ultimately going to be, you know, for all of us that are small business owners and for all of us that are trying to raise our families. Like you're just trying to do the best you can and seek out whatever opportunity you can in a safe environment. And if we can do that, I don't know, 4 to 8 or whatever it is under a tent on Wall Street, then I think we should explore that opportunity. I don't think that saying no because of, you know, parking or timeliness, that's all I'm saying. I think there's a way to work through things to bring about a positive opportunity for families to come together in a safe environment in a very stressful time in our community.
Well, what you say, it's well said and well taken. And I'll say that might be part of the reason you waited so long, because we're not looking at saying no. We're trying to work our way and discuss the issues that we can find a way of, you know, accommodating this, but yet mindful of, you know, the realities of zoning regulations and in perpetuity to allow something to happen that doesn't drive Mrs. Lupone crazy, that allows the good to happen downtown. And it almost occurred to me, you know, it's too bad that we don't have a grassy strip somewhere in Madison to have music. You know, how we miss those, right, John?
That's not even funny.
Ron, could I make a comment?
You absolutely can, Joe.
All right, so I think most of us here realize that this particular town does not have a noise ordinance, so to speak, on the books. But the general unwritten rule is anything heard outside of the property past 10 p.m. is unacceptable. And I think most of the towns on the shoreline share that same rule, even though there's no particular law defining that. And I think most people abide by that. And I think in Bill's situation, that could easily be accommodated. So, I mean, there's an argument right now amongst, you know, that's debating semantics that aren't even really in play. So I think, I don't think, I know that Bill would not want to upset the public.
You don't know that well. Right, Bill? No, I understand your point, Joe.
You know what I'm saying? I think this is going round and round right now.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd just like to add a suggestion that might be considered is that I don't know what level the sound of the speakers is.
Mhm.
Perhaps the music could still be advantageous and enjoyable, but perhaps it could be lower. Is that something that could be
Yeah,
considered?
no, we're most of our events last year were like we had a string quartet, 4 younger guys playing jazzy kind of stuff, and that was not loud. A couple of guitar players, they weren't loud. I think the loudest thing we had was that Gay Pride night when we had various performers there. But we were done at 7. Yeah, exactly. It was loud, and we stopped it at 7. There's one easy way to get rid of people. Turn the lights off, stop selling drinks. People leave in a heartbeat. So if you think things are going south or it's too loud, then you just do those things, turn the music off, turn the lights off or on or whatever.
We should try that with these Zoom meetings from now on.
Dave, turn the lights on right now.
Well, I would, in light of the
Lori,
fact we have.
I'm
some
pretty.
open-
I'm sorry. I'm
I would
talking over
like
you.
to, you're gonna have people, we're either gonna have a site visit or visit the site individually. So I would make the suggestion and then maybe entertain a motion to continue the public hearing until our meeting on April 1st. Anybody willing to make that motion?
I'll motion.
I second.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? Bill, you ready on April Fool's Day?
I was born ready. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Thanks for listening, Bill. Nancy,
Yeah,
and Ms.
thank you.
thank you for your input and thoughts. And hopefully you'll be back to participate on April 1st. And that will start about 7 o'clock. It won't go on because it won't be.
Dave, explain that meeting now. Is it just a?
It's normally our planning meeting, so there won't be any other applications on there. So we'll just put you on first and we'll get this out of the way.
Will that be public or is it?
Yeah, it's a continuation of a public hearing, so someone could, yeah, we'll keep a public hearing open, so.
But
Okay, have everybody.
Dave, was there a vote on that, continue the public hearing?
Yes, I don't know who made the motion.
It was Jay,
All in
Joe made
favor?
the motion. Joe made
all in
the,
favor?
and
continue?
Giselle seconded.
I don't think there was a vote though, like
Aye.
favor. In favor? Thank you.
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor.
Okay,
Got it.
all right. Thank you. And I hope Nancy and Ms. Lapone, you'll join us on April 1st.
I have it in my calendar.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Have a good evening. Thanks for
You too.
hanging so long.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, anything else anybody wants to say? I didn't think we'd go to 11, but we made it.
I'm frying up some eggs if anybody wants to come over for breakfast.
What's your address? I'll be right there.
I'll drop a pin and send it to you.
Well, Peter, I'll see Peter on Zoom at 8 a.m., so we might as well.
All right.
Oh,
well,
no, that's next week.
We'll have no comments.
Yeah.
No comments and no minutes to review, Elliot. We can put that off till the first, Dave, or do you want to wait till this?
Well, now let's put them off, please. Yeah,
No, but I mean, put them on the agenda for the first,
we can do that. Yep.
along with make that note for the 2020 correction that Marlene
Yep.
discussed earlier. Okay. May I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved, so moved, so moved.
Second.
Second by everybody.
Aye.
Buenas
Thanks for putting-
noches.
Thanks for putting in a long night.